since Info ate her skin, does that mean they could just take Info and be done with it? Because that'd be
Hey,
tight.
when you said we're good, do you mean live?
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. Hey, that is part of context is key. We'll come back to that later. Welcome to Midlevel Crisis, the only show where Dane talks about eating people's skin. We play every other Sunday from 3 o'clock Pacific time to 6 o'clock Pacific, starting at 6 Eastern. We are an actual play D&D group homebrew campaign called the Hangman's Oracle. Before we get started, I want to do a huge shout out to some really rad people. First and foremost, Session Zero. Eddie, Ryan, and I are all donning some rad merch from them today. I see everybody else is a bunch of traders, so we'll talk about that later. They are a D&D oh wow, that was rude. They are a D&D inspired clothing line, sporting all sorts of different styles, as I'm sure you could see from the three of us alone. They're always working with new artists. A lot of cool stuff coming on the horizon that I don't think I'm allowed to talk about this week. We'll talk about it later. Hey, there'll be stuff. Huge shout out to them. Check out the website sessionzeroclothing.com. Use the discount code CRISIS to get 10% off your whole order. Next up on the docket is Band of Badgers, a YouTube and Twitch streaming group that play a whole variety of awesome tabletop RPGs. They live stream so many days of the week that I can't even remember off the top of my head. We'll definitely put links to them below. Give them a follow, a like, all that fun stuff. They're always featuring new people. If you're a content creator, please reach out to them. Maybe you can play a game with them. They are always looking for new people to work with. And last, and definitely not least, the Initiative Order, a community in Discord involving member involvement and playing different games. And gosh, what else are they doing right now? Different tabletop games every single month. Check them out. More links in the description and the chat below. With that being said, we'll get into our game here. Joining me today, as always, is Eddie as Robute, Rob. Big Daddy Dane as Kadaj. Ryan Warren as the ever-growingly creepy Salazar. The beautiful Elodius, freshly shaven and ready to rage. And
Elodius hasn't shaved in days. That is canon.
Oh,
He's
wow.
getting ragged and very unhappy about it.
He's a gross, disgusting monster. And then Zephyrin, Serena Morin as Zephyrin the Triton. So we left our heroes in a bit of a residential dispute last time. They are with the gooey mess of a man, Soup Bones, a altered being who's cursed by a witch to have liquefied bones, can only turn back into an upright, standing, fully erect human once a day, just long enough to compose himself and find shelter until he turns back to the small mess of a man. Had hollowed out a tree. It took him probably a long time to do so, considering he only has about 15 minutes a day. That was then used as his kind of safe haven. Since then, Dante's informant, or Info, the eccentric person,
just the worst,
Dane's best friend, then took said tree to take, and I quote, some serious naps in it whenever available. They are arguing over the rights of the tree while the group is trying to hurry this along so they can go find the curator, who seems to be a source of knowledge for the strange happenings in Thalen's Hearth, a town where people will gain future sight if they stay in it too long, based off of the namesake Thalen, who could see the future and was used in the kingdom of Velendor to stop potential crimes from happening within the kingdom. Our group is now settling this dispute, at least temporarily, leaving Soup Bones in the hollowed out oak. Their comrade, I wouldn't call him that, their unlikely group member, Penn, tagging along for the ride, and Info leading the way to find the curator. All right, guys, so you are leaving Soup Bones in the tree, and then Info is now leading you to where he had last seen the curator. What do you guys want to do? I think you were just putting him on the ground. He did. You guys suggested a bowl. I don't know if you have a bowl on you. Check.
Do you have one in your inventory? Like how long it took us to figure out we all had rope?
Yeah,
I have no bucket. I'm checking, but no bucket.
Guys, guys, what we need to do is we need to get Soup Bones a magic item that can cast a mage hand at will, and then we get him a bowl, and he just carries himself around.
But is he less than 5 pounds?
I don't know. We've been like freely dropping him into people's hands. I assume he isn't that heavy.
He has a pretty heavy fasting period of 23 3/4 hours a day. So he's quite thin, but not quite
when
5
he's liquid,
pounds.
he isn't very dense, so I think it's okay.
He's a thin soup, not like a thick milky one.
But I mean, have you ever tried
Right,
to carry
he's
a...
broth.
Yeah,
Broth.
exactly. Have you ever tried to carry a mattress? Like, they're not heavy, but like, it's impossible. You know?
Especially those like online mattress companies like Purple and Casper and that kind of stuff.
And
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
yeah, you just roll him up into like a little like sleeping bag roll.
Little ball of human soup.
So, I feel like it would feel like the world's grossest beanbag chair, just deflated.
Like a water bed?
Yeah, remember the 90s? Way to age yourself. Soup Bones. Yes, you have info and pen. No, he's obsessed with Soup Bones.
Soup Bones.
He was kind of like I said, he was like feeling him up like your hands and like that kinetic sand, kind of moldable. He was just obsessed with like his personal like stress ball that will talk
Like a
back to
texture
him.
kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. He's memory foam. So I think it'll take about half a day to walk up there. So maybe should we stay by the tree? We could take some naps in it.
Oh,
I
God,
mean,
no.
Maybe once we get there, there'll be somewhere to sleep
Oh
properly.
yeah, she's got places. Don't worry about that.
Do you think she has a basin and maybe a mirror?
We could ask. I never really inquired about a mirror.
Okay. Here's hoping.
All right. So, info starts to lead you north, marching confidently through the forest. He continues his unintelligible ramblings that you are all far too familiar with now, even just after the couple days you spent with him.
While we're traveling, does it seem like Info really knows where he's going, or does it seem like he's kind of phoning it in? Like he's just like, yeah, this is probably it. Like,
Roll insight.
okay.
No.
It's the way of the game.
Well, it's a 20.
So, you know for a fact, in your heart of hearts, that this man knows where he's going. You will not say anything out loud because you dare not admit that Info is right about something, but you do trust him that he knows where he's going.
All right.
You kind of begrudgingly follow along behind him. So as you reach the forest's edge, see the sky peeking through a rich layer of leaves, and he goes, the road's just up ahead. I mean, we're just getting through the forest. We still got a bit of a ways to go. At this point, getting to the edge of the forest, it's been maybe an hour.
Do we see anything like sticking out, like something that might like indicate like where we need to go at all?
So now standing at the tree line, you overlook this like long winding dirt road that sits centered across this seemingly endless field. It's encased with expanse woodlands on either side. So like trees as far as I can see on your side, large field, and trees as far as I can see on the other side. It's just a long road. And those of you who are familiar with the Amber Isles, who have kind of spent time here, you would have taken this road into Thalen's Hearth from the capital city of Odrin. So Kadaj, you would recognize this road, and Elodius, I believe you would recognize this as well.
Hi.
Unless you just took back forest paths, but
That's actually pretty likely.
yeah. So There's no road name. It's just a long dirt path that leads into Odrin.
You want to name it now?
Yeah, Odrin's Path, we'll call it.
Nice.
So we just gotta walk along this road for quite some time. You guys good to go?
Yeah. Quick question. Like, do we like? I guess maybe I should probably roll for it. Like, can I perhaps use perception check or something like that to see if there's anyone like following us, or like maybe that mob or any cultists is on our tail or anything like that, just in case.
Go for it.
Sick. Do. Where is that? There it is.
Sure hope we would have noticed an entire mob following us.
Hey,
but...
You just turn around and pitchforks.
Oh, I mean, you never know. We don't have the best track record for that, so.
That's true.
Sorry, 19.
19.
Cool. Okay, so you continue walking along the road. You don't see anybody behind you. There's no real sign of anyone following you. But as you continue down the path, you see in the distance 2 human-like figures walking down the roads towards you, pulling what looks like a cart behind them.
Okay, I'll tell the party, like, hey, does anyone else see that, like, cart coming by?
So, no, they are leaving. They're traveling.
Heading towards Thalen's Hearth, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
so they're heading right toward us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're far enough in the distance that you can't quite make out distinct characteristics of these people, or you just see that there's 2 and what looks like a cart carrying behind them, like a little hand cart. The forest is about, I want to say, 100 meters on either side of you, so like 300 feet.
Good point. Should we just keep walking forward and just hopefully they're friendly, or do we just...
When have I ever made anything weird? Come on, buddy.
Every time.
Every time.
We just don't want you to ask them for their skin. That's all we're asking, Info.
Well, I mean, I want your guys' skin because, I mean, well, look at you. You're quite the ragtag group of misfits. Got all sorts of stuff here. Oh, man, I'm definitely going to need some dragon skin.
I would say gag him when that...
I feel
And that's not the problem.
I feel like bringing someone down gagged and blindfolded might raise more questions than...
And pipes up like, no, I don't really do this often. You know, the whole gagging and blindfolding people. But that might seem more suspicious than a guy asking for skin.
That's what I was getting to, yes.
You know...
A wave, a good morrow, you know, the usual.
And hopefully they're not part of the cult.
Hopefully they're not part of that cult that's trying to kill us.
I mean, if they're coming into town, they'd be lacking the information anyways.
Yeah, no, they're they didn't get the text. So you can't see from this distance, but as you get closer, you notice that these 2 are fully armored. From how far away they are, they're donning heavy leather and chainmail, each with a sheathed sword by their side. Dane, roll, let's say perception.
Sure. 12.
12. So, of the 2, one of them, a sprightly, slender half-elf, emitting a rather arrogant energy. The smug look that seems to be permanently affixed to his face looks quite familiar to you. This is Lore. He worked with you back when with your time in Odrin, helping you serve Clyborn, the noble that you worked for before you escaped to Thalen's Hearth. He stands with his shoulders back and his chest out, with one arm at his side and the other resting on his sheathed sword, not threateningly, but almost as though he's posing. Dane, you would know that this is very telling of his personality. He's quite cocky. You don't recognize the other person.
Okay. In my time with him, can I gather a guess at what they might be transporting?
So the first thing that comes to your mind is the fact that they were never really seeking, the one person that you recognize anyways was never really seeking anything other than wealth. He was doing these jobs with you just for the sake of gaining money. So whatever is in the cart is, you believe, something that is either something that he gained or something that he thinks will help him with some kind of monetary gain.
Okay. How close are they within like earshot? So like if I like tell the rest of the party like something, like would he hear me?
He wouldn't hear you, but if you shouted, he could make out what you're saying.
Okay. Yeah, so I think as we start walking, be like, if that's how I think it is, then he's just a waste of time. Just keep going.
Okay.
Unfortunately, but let's, it's neither here nor there. Probably not. I don't think he's seen me as this. I don't think. Because I don't like this disguise. I don't think I adopted until after I left Odrin. But still, rather be safe than sorry. He sucks.
All right. So, as they grow closer, you start to kind of recognize the other person as well. The taller, stronger looking of the two that's pulling the cart. Through his chainmail coif, you can see like this gruff expression of like an older, presumably middle-aged human. His tan skin showcasing like white scars across his face and hands. You can only assume that these are from like fighting and like a history of like just being some kind of mercenary due to the, sorry, Dane, that's something that you would presume. His hands remain firmly gripped on the handle of the cart, seeming completely unbothered by the weight of it. They are now within 60 feet of you at this point and are about to pass by. Any interaction?
Nope. No desire to.
Okay. It's like midday, so let's like around the time that it is now, and so like 2 o'clock. I mean, yeah.
Good day and good travels.
All right.
Stay safe.
Cool. Well, that's one interaction I don't have to work on. Hold on, scrolling down. Okay. So all right. So as you continue down the road, info kind of stops. Like another hour has passed by. The people with the cart just completely ignored, just making their way into Thalen's Hearth. They long gone in the distance now, and info just kind of stops in his tracks. It's like looking back and forth as though he's trying to like find something in the forested area to the right of him.
Are you good, info?
Yeah, I'm just trying to. Okay, hold on a second. He just starts like counting his paces as he walks forward.
What are you doing?
There's no real road to where we're going. Hold on a second. Then he just kind of stops and looks at the ground beneath him and kind of like feathers the grass a little bit. He's like, this way.
Okay.
How confident does he really sound in that?
You can tell immediately that there's a bit of a wavering in his voice.
Info, you know where you're going, right?
Oh yeah, buddy, don't worry. Just follow me. It's this way.
Okay.
So there's no real like designated trail here. So it's an unmarked path. The only signs of this ever being a path are signs of like well-traveled scuffs and footprints impeding on like the grass and like the greenery below. You know, like grass will like have like those like permanent like flattened spots if they've been walked over enough, and like dirt patches. So there's evidence that this has been walked on a multitude of times, but no real like other discernible markings. So he leads you into the forest. As you enter, you notice the trees are much more vibrant with like the burnt orange and gold colors that are prominent to the Amber Isles. And he kind of continues to gesture around eccentrically as though he's trying to navigate his way through the woods.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so yeah. My hesitation comes with the lack of trust that has been instilled in info thus far.
Yep.
So I'm just waiting to see if there's any disinterest in continuing the leaving this unhinged person to lead the group.
I think I'm probably kind of like I did before. I'm probably just spot checking just to see like if there like is more of a method to his madness in the direction that we're going, and just waiting until it gets to a point like, all right, this doesn't make any sense anymore with what's happening before I try to like interject more about like, so where are we going or what's happening? Like,
so you're just trying to like, so do you want to roll investigation to see if you can kind of like perceive what he's trying to
yeah,
if you could find like a method to it, like you were saying.
Yeah, or even like if survival fits that too, of just like, you know, if there's any cohesion to the paths that he's taking or like what he's looking for, or
Judge his tracking skills.
Yeah, sure. Whichever one that you would deem fit, either investigation or.
You have to get that survival in there because none of us are any good at investigation.
Which is great for a mystery campaign.
Well, I got a 7, so I'm sure everything seems on the level.
Yeah, so there's nothing that you can quite tell, but you start to travel for a bit longer than you had originally thought that you would. There's no other the remnants of a path is long behind you at this point. There's no real like scattered branches or anything that like show that there was like people coming through here. And after a couple hours pass by, you start to see info grow quite weary of the direction in which he's taking you.
Hey, info, when was the last time you actually went out this way?
Oh, I mean, it was just a couple of days ago. I put some little silver pins in the trees, but now I don't see no silver pins, so I don't know where I'm supposed to go.
Is it possibly because the people who were here didn't want to be found, so putting a bunch of silver pins leading your way to them wasn't very good for them?
I mean, anything's possible, right?
Is it also possible we're not near where the silver pins are?
Also likely, yes.
So we're lost.
Hey, none of that pessimistic attitude with me, buddy. We'll find a way.
I don't know why
Well,
we ever thought
not
this
we,
would ever go different.
you are lost, not us. We're along for the ride, really.
So,
Right, everyone split up and search for clues.
ah, yeah, Scooby-Doo it. Hell yeah.
We're the Scooby-Doo crew.
So, there
Where's
are
the
5 of
dog?
them. Oh, man, Eddie's the dog for sure. No question. I mean, any one of you can be Shaggy. You all look pretty unkempt, so.
Surprisingly, you find all of them.
Hey, they're all in a pile on the ground before you.
They're all in one tree. Go figure.
So. Yeah, Ryan, roll investigation as you start to make your way back the way you came.
Should we
So-
all do it?
Yeah, if you are splitting up and looking for clues, what groups are you getting into?
Zephyrn's gonna go with the person who looks like they belong tracking things in a forest. Our lovely rogue that's not a rogue, that's a ranger. And
Sure.
she would also like to cast guidance on you.
Oh, good. Every little bit helps, right?
So, Kadaj, you are now expected to not only pick locks, but to also find your way through. I mean,
Sure. Well, at least someone in our group knows how to pick a lock. You know,
yeah.
method is a little questionable, but it works. So,
I mean, Eddie has opened 2 doors using Eldritch Blast now. So,
true.
that's we got options. It's like a master key. So,
Elodius has opened doors into people's hearts. So,
that's
It's true.
That's fair. All right, so you guys split up into groups. Info is, of course, following Kadaj like a lost puppy, whereas Penn seemingly want to go with the more, what's the word I want to use? Traditionally stronger types, as he's a small, fragile, young human, wants to follow around. What's up? I wouldn't call Penn competent by any means. Oh yeah, so he's going to follow around Eddie. Anybody with a sword.
Follow around, not info.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's the best candidate, but okay.
I mean,
No
Rob
one here is competent.
Rob has a runic sword in his head. He's like, that's pretty good. I mean, you had to get that some way.
I mean, yeah, that's fair, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess I'll roll investigate. Should we all be rolling investigation?
Yeah, go for it. So whatever group you're with.
Oh, it's -1. Oh no. Well, I got a 10.
I'm
So-
walk off on my own.
Dean, when
I
and
got
if you
15.
yeah, when and if you roll again, add a 1d4.
Absolutely. So that's an 18.
So much better. See, you look
And-
like you belong in a forest.
Right. So all in,
He's a
that's
ranger.
21.
Exactly.
Yeah,
21.
I'm a forest rogue.
Exactly.
Okay, so
So 21.
21. Kadaj, you are making your way through the forest, kind of feeling around the trees. You can't find these silver pins anywhere, but what you do notice is that you can start to see like some kind of like remnants of like a freshly walked path. So as you start to follow that, you see off in the distance this large figure off in the background seeming to tamper with a tree somehow, just fixated on it.
Excuse me, can I help you? I don't know where that accent came from.
Excuse me,
Pardon me.
man.
Hey, love, what you doing that there tree?
That's just your southern roots coming out. So
I've
the
heard so
figure-
many different personalities. I don't even know where that was.
let's just say it's because you're a changeling and
Sure.
you just cast it on your voice. I don't know. So anyways, so turning to you, you see this large, which you recognize as a furbolg, with a fistful of something. His large hands grasped around some indiscriminate object. He just kind of like looks over to you and then hurries off into the distance.
I give chase.
You give chase. Okay,
Well, Zephyr's following, I guess.
everybody,
Where are you going?
as you're in shouting
This is
distance,
the
everybody.
This is the Scooby-Doo scene where everyone's running in different directions through different doors.
You do. You're all within shouting distance, so you it immediately catches everybody's attention.
However, you're unsure if it's Kadaj because it was a completely different voice.
Some southern man is very confused. Okay, so yeah, the bounds of this like giant figure's heavy torso and big feet just going through the forest is echoing throughout it as you attempt to catch up with him. He's weaving through the trees very confidently, as though he has a destination in mind. Do you have anything that will increase your speed or kind of help you along this this chase scene? What's up, Kyle?
I have 35, so it's making instead of 30.
Kyle is for some reason your bard is just legging it. Just absolutely just.
He's got goat legs, of course he is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fucking running through the forest. That's my fucking jam. Like, that's what I do.
That's fair. You know what? Sorry for doubting you in the first place.
Not forest.
What is his favorite terrain?
I'm pretty sure I put Underdark.
Oh my god.
Because it just made sense.
Yeah.
We'll make it work.
But while
Canon.
we're running through, I want to cast Hunter's Mark on him, just so I'll have an easier time keeping track of him.
Okay, cool. Hold on 1 second here. I forgot that I turned the internet off on my laptop, which I use all my notes for. So hold on 1 second. Sorry, guys. Nothing is updating. So, Info is starting to pick up the pace and run alongside with Elodius, just absolutely like sprinting towards this mark, just trying to help out his best friend Kadaj. His mindset is very, very centered on what makes Kadaj happy makes me happy. So he's a very one-track mind. He loves his best friend.
It's a real shame.
You know, you're quicker than I would have thought.
I mean, I will run faster for that man if I have to.
Very impressed.
So,
What did he eat to give himself this power?
see, that's what we don't know. Maybe it was the dog.
Oh no.
No, that was like session 2 that happened. You guys are still mourning that? No, Kadaj is man's best friend, remember? So,
Absolutely not.
as you continue to chase this being through the forest, Elodius and Info are catching up quick. As you reach this large opening in the forest, Info just absolutely panting, just waiting for everybody to catch up, trying to catch his breath as the rest of you reach the tree line with him. Info very confidently, but through him trying to catch his breath, says, I present to you the glade. As he gestures around, a tilled dirt path leads to this vast communal garden in the center of the settlement. The perimeter is surrounded with grand fortified wooden homes built into the sides of the trees. You see families of furbolgs leisurely tending to the garden, lazily strolling across the quiet soil roads. All you can hear is the hushed murmur of calm voices, steady flowing of a river nearby, as you see the furbolg that you are chasing go up to one of the others that are tending to the garden, and just kind of like whispers to them as they both look back towards you.
Ah, feels like home.
I mean, yeah, this is where the curator lives.
Is the
I've been through. I think we're on pretty good terms. So he just kind of like goes with it. Like he has no real concept of anything for that matter, but just how to gauge social situations. So he just starts walking towards the communal garden. Just like, hey guys, I'm back. I know it's been a couple of days, but as his voice kind of fades into the background as he walks up to them, nobody seems overly troubled by his presence. Most of the people are just kind of going about their day.
Okay. They're not reacting to the fact that there's a bunch of people that just waltzed on in, like, out of nowhere?
They seem pretty unfazed by it.
Okay.
do we see where the guy who we were chasing went?
Yeah, so he went to talk with someone in the garden.
Okay.
So, yeah, sorry, I thought I said that.
No, you probably did.
He went up to the garden and spoke with somebody, and they turned back towards him. That's why Ryan pushed him forward. It's like, you go talk to him. Nobody seems overly troubled by your presence or Info's.
That's weird.
So there is one off to the side that's much, much smaller than the others, and it's more eccentric. It's far more decorated. There's metal ornaments hanging from the roof, sloping down over the walls, and there's blue and white flowers around the trim of the doors and the window. And sitting, this is the second closest building to you. Sitting on a small chair in front of the home is a silvered-haired elven woman.
You're right.
Yes. I mean, it's likely, especially if everybody else here is a furbolg.
It's,
Is it? And she tucks her hands, like, down.
Does your armor have pockets?
Probably.
it doesn't?
She probably like hooks them on her belt or something. Just like boop. She's probably got pouches, but not pockets.
Holster these
The
bad
nice
boys.
armor you have. Thanks, it has pockets.
It has pockets, and she does a little spin.
I was gonna say, like, does your female character's armor have pockets, or is it canonically accurate to every other clothing item a female has ever owned?
Yeah, just the teeny tiniest pockets.
Yeah, they're this big for no one.
You can put one little gold coin in there. I mean, they're the furbolgs. I believe they've been here longer than the satyrs have. And I mean, of course, that one's an elf. Oh.
So,
Well,
Elodius,
are you? Sorry.
I was going to say, Elodius would know the furbolgs to be very friendly, but they are quite defensive. So each of the buildings around you, although is like quite like a peaceful little like forested home, little being a relative term, they're furbolgs, so like 10-foot doors. But the houses are all very well fortified and don't really match the rest of the theme of this like peaceful little settlement. They're heavily like gated, each of the houses, and have like fences around them and the entire area except for this one entrance that you have come through.
Well, you haven't been peppered with arrows for entering, so I'd say they're quite friendly.
Do we really want info to be speaking on our behalf?
That's
I
fair.
mean, maybe info is the perfect time. Maybe info being distracted makes this the perfect time to go and speak with this elf. I speak Elvish. I could go and start right now. And Elodius is immediately going to start walking towards the elf.
So, all right. Info just kind of gets lost in his own ways as he does. You look over at him just to kind of like gauge what's going on. He's playing with some like younger looking furbolgs, which are about the size of him. You're just kind of like roughing him around a little bit, just playing around. But you could tell that he's like, it's like when a young toddler plays with a kitten. Like, ooh, maybe don't too much, you know?
They could break him.
Yeah, so kind of posts a smirk on Kadadra's face as he's just getting kind of like pounded by these like gigantic children.
This pleases me.
You make your way towards the elven woman. She's just sitting there. It doesn't seem to be doing anything in particular. It's almost as though that she is currently waiting.
In Elvish, I'm just going to say, good day, friend. Can I trouble you for a chat?
I'm going to start this by saying that I am not going to do an old elf lady voice. So she sounds like me.
Listen, I play a 68-year-old woman in another campaign. I do a voice that's kind of mixed between Canadian accent and Kermit the Frog. It's fine.
I don't got one. I neglected to make an old lady voice. That
Well, thanks for
Doing
breaking
it
the
live.
immersion.
I don't know.
Pulling
Maybe
us
she-
right out of it, Dylan. Breaking the immersion.
I mean, she's
Worst.
an elf, so they don't really get old.
Yeah,
They just
well,
kind of die eventually.
she's starting to show her age a bit, but it's still just the silver of her hair and like some darkness under her eyes. As an elf, like, yeah, she doesn't quite look. She's if elves look to be 750, you can assume she's like 740.
She looks like a 30-year-old human who's very tired.
Yeah, like she worked an office job and doesn't get paid enough, and it's
She's
just been
seen
too
some
long.
things.
Yeah. So, anyways, she sounds like this. I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know what else would get on my back. So,
Oh dearie.
see, because that's not because like my grandma has like such like a aggressive voice. So I don't know how I don't know, but yeah. Anyways, so the opposite. I don't know. Whose dog is that?
Not me.
Okay. All right. So, Kyle, what was it that Elodius says to this old woman that sounds like your older brother?
Good day. Can you spare time for a chat in Elvish?
She looks up to you, and in Elvish, in my voice, she says, "It's not sparing any time at all. I was hoping you would come by."
Well, that is quite convenient for us. Why?
I've been speaking with your friend here. She points to a well-pummeled info playing in the garden with the large children. Do you speak Elvish? Then shut your mouth.
Stop metagaming, Brian.
Not everything's
me and-
about you.
Me and Dylan should just start actually speaking Elvish. All right, Dylan. Anubanar Delinare.
Oh gosh, what's that one phrase? I can't remember it now.
Remember the sun well.
Glory to the Sindorai.
Out.
Yeah, I don't remember any of the actual phrases. Anyways, so does anyone else here speak Elvish? Dane? Kadaj? Rabute? All right. Ooh.
No.
Ooh, pretty close, but not at all.
What about deep speech or primordial?
She's like, oh, I'm fluent in both. No, so
Primordial sounds like Aquan though, because like Aquan is a subtype of Primordial.
so anyways, she says that she's been waiting for you. She's been speaking with your friend. She gestures to a well-pummeled info. That is Kadaj laughing in game.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because Zephyr just looks back at info, just getting punched by tiny furbolgs. Still large.
Tiny, large.
How
Yes.
tall are they? Just out of curiosity, because Zephyr's only 5 foot. Like, are they like slightly shorter than she is? Are they taller than she is?
They're about your height.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, so so a furbolg can grow to like 10 feet. I think like 7 to 8 is average. So their children, they're like 5 to 6 feet tall.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they're standing like 180 to 200 pounds already.
Yeah.
Like,
They're like,
God.
they look like football players, but they're children.
They look like hippie football players.
Yes. But yeah, okay. Info's getting the crap beat out of them. You're talking in Elvish. You guys don't know what's going on. Continue.
Yeah, I suppose that's just it. So I suppose that makes you the curator then.
That is a name that they have called me, yes.
At this point, Elodius is going to switch to common as like, I'll turn to the rest of the group and it's like, well, this is who we're looking for. And I suppose
Finally.
who is looking for us?
Is that Zephyr's voice now? Oh,
It is now. Oh.
it's like your Zephyr's retail voice. Like, you wouldn't believe the customer. Oh, hold on 1 second. Hey, guys.
Welcome to
Chili's.
Yeah. Welcome to Chili's. All right, as I was saying about those customers before.
Yeah.
I suppose I go up, see if there's anywhere nice to sit.
So, basically, aside from what I've already explained about the house, it's just a small, humble little wooden home. There's just like the one chair. It's a well-tilled dirt path all around you. It's just like the best groomed soil you've ever seen. You could sit on the ground, but that's pretty much your only option.
Does she have like a patio where the chair is sitting? Maybe I can sit on the edge of that, or on like a step.
The chair's in front of the patio, but she does have one. You could sit on the step.
I'll sit on the step.
All right. So you sit down, you turn to her, and she says, "So what knowledge is it that you're seeking?"
Are we all up there, or is it just Elodius?
Do you guys follow him?
I mean, as soon as I hear the curator, I'm going up there.
Yeah. She knows common, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So, what exactly is going on? I need, like, start from the beginning. Just go through this whole thing. I need to know everything.
Yeah. So she says, "Everything now. Now I wouldn't suppose that I know everything, but there's a great deal I know of Thalen.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant, but yeah.
Perhaps this might help. Follow me." And she walked towards her door. Above her door is a small shelf with some objects on it with 2 silver hooks hanging down below it. She reaches into a satchel that she keeps at her side. As she pulls it open, you can see just a series of scrolls within the satchel. She pulls one out and rests it on the 2 silver hooks and pulls it down like one would like a map or like a presentation of some sort.
All right, guys, it's movie time. The substitute teacher doesn't have a lesson plan.
Essentially. So, as she pulls this down, it starts to emit this like glowing energy, and she just kind of watches it for a few seconds as it glows brighter and brighter. Just waiting to.
That is quite a fancy piece of paper.
All right. I was just seeing if there's any reactions. Generally, Ryan has questions.
Actually, I kind of have a question. DM, how long ago did Thalen die, approximately?
I said hundreds of years. I don't know if I actually said, but let's call it 512.
So, in theory, had this elven lady been here the entire time, perhaps she knew Thalen.
Perhaps.
Perhaps, okay. Well, that's all. That's
Okay.
my question.
Yes. So, as this glowing sheet of paper, the aura starts to emit brighter and brighter around it. She starts to walk through the paper and disappear into it.
Oh,
What?
she did say follow, yes?
She did.
Did
Well,
that
I'll
paper
walk into
eat
magic
her?
paper.
Oh God!
Oh,
Hence-
God. It ate her!
No, that was info in the background getting pummeled.
Oh,
Pen is just
Lovely.
like, I haven't seen this before, but we've been using a rock as a door for a while, so I mean, anything's possible.
Next, we'll find the scissor door.
Oh, Scissor? Hoo-wee, I barely know.
Stop it!
Sorry, I set that one up.
What?
I'll go first. Bye. And I walk through.
Oh, okay.
Cal, roll. No, I'm kidding. Constitution check, please. No. All right, so Elodius, I'm not going to tell you what you see.
9.
You start throwing up immediately. No.
It comes back out of the paper. Person
So
coming through gets it.
I'm not going to tell you what you see until kind of everyone's reacted. So about 15 seconds of stammering has passed as you walk through the door. Pen just kind of shrugs and says, "What about you guys?"
I mean, I mean, I honestly want to go in. I just want answers, so I'm just gonna go in.
I think Zephyr's poking it. What happens if she is?
Am I able to poke my head back out of it?
Yes.
Like literally, like just like lean out halfway. It's like
Poked your
Hi-
head
hi.
at the same time.
Poke him in the nose.
not dead. It's fine. And then
I'm-
sink back in.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in. 100%.
Same
And it's
here.
like, I just held a man made of soup, and that's the craziest thing I've seen all day.
All right, well, yeah, I guess we're going to following through.
Okay. You
Yeah.
enter my paper.
The paper portal.
Paper? Ugh.
Flip it.
Can we draw us a map of this door on something? Like maybe we can have paper on paper, like
We could.
perception.
Paperception. So, pay-per-view. No. So, we all enter. So, just
Okay, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna start charging per view. Everyone who's here, you owe us $50. Grass.
track them down. I know Jenna's watching. Get her money, Ryan, quick. Where were we? You enter the paper. So, upon entering, so a little bit of backstory for you people as players. This is a bit of a homebrew spell that's kind of reminiscent of the Magnificent Mansion spell. So, if you're familiar with that, so
Yeah.
Vaguely.
vaguely. So, basically, it's conjuration. You can enter up to the DM's discretion, enter a building that's much larger. You TARDIS a building, essentially. Does that
Just
make
like
sense?
a little pocket dimension thing.
Yeah, for a mansion. So, exactly. So, upon entering it, it's this round room just decorated with walls from door end to door end. So, like where the entrance is, the trim of the door starts with books all the way around and ends. It's just a vast library. There's a couple desks and some like seating areas for people to read, but it's just empty. Not a single person in there but you guys and the curator. There's 2 ladders in the room that are attached to the top of the shelves that meet at a halfway point. The ceilings are about 30 feet high. It just filled with books.
Wow. Do a
Wow.
lot of reading here. You have a name, by the way. I presume you do. Like,
Since adopting the culture of the Furbolgs, I have abandoned my name. Generally, we'll go by clan names or nicknames, and the name chosen to be given to me from the people I've aided is the curator. So that's the only name that I currently go by.
oh, okay, that's easy. You know, I knew an elf once had 14 names. I couldn't remember any of them.
That seems quite excessive. The elven
I
culture
thought
is
so too.
a complicated one of which I have much knowledge, and she just kind of gestures towards like all this elvish writing and different books and whatnot about elven culture and history. So
I don't suppose I could come by later to like peruse.
perusal is definitely something I'm a preserver of knowledge. I love sharing knowledge, but right now it looks like you guys are looking for something more distinct than just mere perusal of cultures and history. So you said you want to know everything. What is it that you know so far?
So they want to bring back Thalen.
Gonna eat me.
They might.
What? Do you say it's gonna eat me or can it
They're
eat me?
gonna eat me.
I don't think they're going to eat Zephyrin, but I think they might use her as a vessel to summon Thalen, and you know, I guess they'll eat her soul to do it.
Yes, it's true that in order to bring back Thalen, they need a vessel, a host, and that would need to be someone of Triton blood. So,
Okay, now, hypothetically, if someone were to say, gain people's powers by eating their skin, like someone we know, and they ate Triton skin. Would they be a valid vessel?
I feel that you are taking the words of Dante's informant more literally than you probably should.
Does he
I mean,
not
he
gain people's
definitely
powers by
ate
eating their
skin.
He ate my skin.
He
That
ate
is
her skin.
quite troubling, but no.
You're absolutely right. It is. It's very.
What? Why does he think he gains people's powers by eating their skin then?
Dante's informant is a very lost and confused soul. In his past life, he was just a young, innocent mind, lost too soon. But through some deals made with some other darker powers, he came back, and in that, he does not fully understand the extent of his own powers.
Oh, so
What?
he's just a demon.
In simpler terms.
So that's why he can see in the dark and walk fast.
I have not been with him in the dark or walked with him much, but presumably so.
He's got the speed of a satyr.
Do we want him to do that? Is he a demon? Like,
I mean,
I'm
he
not too
also
sure
might
about
skin
that.
us for being too close to Kadash.
look, I've seen some really dark like magic before, and like it never leads to anything good.
What kind of dark magic? Pen
Don't
pipes
ask.
up. Well, I
Don't.
mean, we're kind of here to learn about stuff, and that sounds like something I'd like to learn about.
I mean, if you must know the top, like just for the sake of time, I used to be a soldier, and I fought against those like I don't know, I guess like the armies of chaos, and a lot of them use dark magic.
And you're only level 3? Crazy.
Well,
Boy, since when did
Well,
Salazar
oh.
adopt that?
The
What are
war
you-
was 3 years ago. I was
Anyway.
12.
No,
back to
I want-
Thalen.
no, what is Dane and Ryan doing in their free time? Like, I just gotta know. Where are the accents coming from, guys? Yeah.
Well, Dane's a shapeshifter, so that makes sense. And Salazar
Sure.
changed shape once, so I guess he has the same thing.
That's
Technically a
fair.
shapeshifter.
Yeah. Shapeshifter.
Stop
Oh
it.
my god.
I will come through this picture. Gah!
It's called a camera. Okay.
No. Not today, it's not.
I mean, at least with this one, I mean, we live in the same like country and province and everything. You could go find
I
him.
could drive over there.
She's been to my house. So,
I know where you live.
dude, my Christmas tree's still up.
Oh
Anyways,
my god.
And why?
don't worry about it.
It's too big.
So, as you guys are talking, the curator is still kind of like pacing around the room. She grabs a small box and then starts to bring it over to the direction of Zephyrin and hands it to you.
Oh, right. What we're actually here for. I'll put this away. You tell me more about those Chaos Warriors later. But this,
no.
I'll get a new sheet for this.
So, she just asked what it is that you guys know, but kind of in doing so, she's almost like not unbothered by any means, but she's seeming to like continue like straightening up books and chairs. She hands this box to Zephyrin. She's very like nonchalant about this whole experience. She's paying attention to you, and you can feel that you have her attention, but she's also doing other things at the same time. She's completely like almost unfazed by what's going on.
Does the box have like is it I was gonna say, does the box have a lid, or is it like a cardboard box like folded in on itself?
It's not cardboard because I don't think they can corrugate cardboard, but it's just like a small wooden box with a lid.
Should I open the box? What's in the box?
It's something to help you while you're facing the remnants of Thalen.
Just like peek the lid open a little bit, take a little gander.
Inside, you see a small cloth feathered hat. It's just a dark green material with a thin black band around the brim and a white and blue feather in it.
Oh, Ooh, it's a hat.
Ooh. No, I'm not sure that's quite your style. It doesn't match your palette. But I mean, I think I could pull that off. Let me see.
No! No! Then she puts the hat on.
So you put the hat on. Now
Roll 10d6.
So
Totally matches her aesthetic.
I mean, what
Green
aesthetic
and
do you
purple.
really?
She's purple and blue, like white hair, like
Sea-worn algae, barnacles on everything.
You
totally.
still have algae on you. Have you not showered?
Oh, she hasn't washed her armor. She's showered.
But you don't wash your armor. It's like showering and putting on the same clothes after. I'm
Why
pretty sure.
would she wash
like showering
something
with
that's
your
in
clothes
water
on.
all the time? That makes no sense.
Yeah, she goes in the water all the time. It just happens to be salt water.
I'm actually surprised she takes it off to shower, if I'm being completely honest.
Fair.
I'm not sure she does.
You don't know.
So-
Algae is actually decorative, so she has it like she
She
puts a
placed it
shower
there.
cap on it.
So out of character, really quick, I'm just letting you, Serena, know that this is the hat of disguise. So when put on, you get to cast disguise self on yourself.
Fun. Does she have to attune to it?
You do not have to, but you can, and it'll make it so other people can't use it.
It's my hat, Elodius.
Yeah.
Just
No, I thought as a group we were more willing to share, you know?
It's my hat. She gave it to me. It's mine.
So what does your disguised self look like? Describe to me what non-Triton Zephyrin is. Let's put you on the spot here.
Thanks. She.
What is you or what is sorry. You go.
The issue is that she hasn't she's seen some people, but so far half of them have been trying to kill them, and I guess she kind of looks like the waitress from the
Yeah.
the inn.
So
She
you look a little.
also tried to kill us a little. She led us to an
Hello.
ambush.
But it's that or Faye, so.
Yeah, you just turn into Elodius, it's fine.
Yeah, you don't have to be a human by any means. Yeah, you could just look
Oh my
like.
God.
You could
So-
turn into a different type of fish person.
You just imagine she puts the hat on, looks immediately like the person in front of her.
So the limit. I don't know that that's a good idea either, but do whatever you want.
None of it's a good idea.
So basically, the limitations: you can be a foot taller or a foot shorter. You can be thinner. You can be a bit larger. You have to have. You can't turn into like a centaur. It has to be something with like arms and legs as well. So you
Like-
can be like.
Same number and types of appendages.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm going to argue to say that you could be a satyr. Maybe that's not canon in the rules, but
No,
I'm gonna
just
say-
legs.
yeah, I know what the exact limitations are, but yeah, so just some other humanoid-like creature of similar size within a 1 foot difference either way. So
Oh, you're pretty short too, so that's not even that tall.
Yeah, at most 6 feet, at least 4 feet. Oh, she could be smaller.
oh, you could be like,
I could be smaller.
how incognito is that? So what? Because what's the height of dwarves? I'm gonna look that up. Hold on.
Dwarves are 5 feet.
I don't think Zephyr's ever
She's
met a
already
dwarf.
the height of a dwarf.
Yeah, between 4 and 5 feet, you could definitely be a dwarf. Just like a nice, healthy, bearded, stout dwarf lady.
Have there been any dwarfs in Thalen's Hearth?
You've seen them around, sure, like around town. They're not common though.
Mm.
Honestly, you don't realize it's like separate from humans. They just seem kind of short and broad and have
A
bigger
little bit
beards.
stouter. And she grows a beard.
Good old face warmer.
Man, those children have real deep voices.
Right. So, she grows a foot. She goes a foot shorter, grows a white beard, and she gains a human skin tone of some sort. And that's
Yeah,
the whole
essentially.
change. It's the
That's what
entire
she
list of
looks like
changes.
now.
Just gray because she
Here
doesn't
for
quite
it.
understand what human skin tones are. Just various shades of like.
She essentially probably has Rob's pale as heck skin tone, just like a little bit grayer.
Yeah.
Just stark white even. Just
Um,
it's
I
like,
worked at the mines. It's a condition.
That's why I talk
Yeah.
like this. It's the mine lung.
Black lung.
Oh god. She does that. She turns into a bearded dwarf lady.
Deal. I'm for it. We'll commission the art shortly. So,
I'm gonna be real. If Elodius got his hands on that hat, he would just change it into different fancy hats as he changed his moods.
That's the idea. Okay, so anyways, she asked Rabute while handing off this hat to a very excited dwarven Zephyrin. Says, it's like, what exactly is it that you know so far?
So we know about Thalen, like the whole story about Thalen, see the future and how they used it to, what was it, like catch criminals before they did the crime or something like that?
Yeah, deceased crime in Velendor.
Right, and then, I can't remember, pretty much how it led to like a bunch of hangings, that's why it's called the Hangman's Oracle, and then Thalen eventually died, and then pretty much he created like this curse or something where people would get the ability to see the future in their dreams. And then anyone that pretty much would try to stop Thalen from coming back would get like these veins.
And promptly die.
And then die, right? For a long time we thought it was if you try to go against the visions that happens, but it's a little more complicated than that. Trying to think. Well, and we also know that they need Zephyrin to bring Thalen back.
Or another Triton.
Yeah, or another Triton, but I don't know any other Tritons. Trying to think. Is there anything I'm missing inside my head? Just like bare bones over here, honestly. There's a lot I'm missing, but I can't.
Is Rob asking or is Eddie asking?
Both.
So,
Also, the people we were looking for at the start were part of the revolution, and they were just hiding.
Right.
They were like right under our noses, and that was our entire reason for being here. But now we have a whole different reason for being here, which is because they framed us for murder and burning down an inn, and also we don't like the things they're doing in general. It's pretty mean.
And yeah, weren't they also like the people that faked their own deaths? They were doing under your orders or something like that, or they were just following what you were like guiding them to do at this point, right?
All right, you're in charge. Oh, and he touched the heart, and now the heart is smaller. Yeah.
He didn't look like this before touching it either.
No.
she kind of like caresses your cheek and be like, the heart rejected you.
Oh, that's mean.
Oh,
Oh, heartbreak.
poor little
That's-
Sal.
She kind of like smirks a bit and like a small chuckle under her breath. She's like, that's a good thing. It recognized something similar to Triton blood and tried to use you as a host. As the power went through you, it disconnected at some point.
Hey, Zephyrin, don't touch the orb.
I was gonna say, what would have happened if Zephyrin had touched the orb?
It'd be a very short fucking campaign.
Roll a new character.
All right, guys.
Bye, Zephyrin.
Big Bad, episode 2, let's go.
All right, everyone's with new characters. One of them's dead, and the rest are imprisoned by the return of Thalen, who's probably a lich or something.
I would have
And the new
rewritten
campaign is fight
everything.
Thalen.
I would have rewritten everything. You know, like, okay. So as she kind of turns to Rob, and it's like, it seems like you have a pretty strong grasp on what's happening already. What is it you want to know from me?
Well, how do you know all of this, and why are you? Well, I guess not why you're trying to stop Thalen. It's pretty obvious, but I guess why guide those specific people, knowing that they really couldn't stop Thalen? Like, how would you know it would lead to eventually like us, some outsiders helping?
So why are
Also,
you
I mean,
involved?
If this is
Yeah.
considered a strong grasp, I'm actually kind of uncomfortable with our whole situation.
Yeah.
Than I was before.
To
Yeah,
be
much
fair,
that.
you guys do know a lot. It's just incidentals that you guys don't quite get yet. So, which question? There's like 4 things asked me. Rob, what did you ask?
I said, like, pretty much, how did she know to guide the people that, just because, like, if you go against Thayland and you lived in that place, you get the veins, so the rebels really couldn't do that much. How did she know how to guide them in the way that would eventually lead to outsiders helping?
She just kind of like gestures around to the books around her. She's like, I didn't know, but I hoped. History has a habit of repeating itself. And in other cases, maybe not so similar to this one, but there are always those who will rise up. I did not know that these people, these incendiaries that are fighting against the return of Thalen, would necessarily lead to you. But when I heard that it did, we had to find a way in order to get your help so that way we can stop the return of Thalen. We did not know, but we had hoped that somebody else would come along, and that is you guys.
Well, I
Why
guess
are
the
you
hope is here.
saying?
Oh,
is-
shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you're
Wesh.
saying is
Fuck.
you thought a missing persons case would pull people in better than just coming right out with creepy cult wants to bring back Dead Man.
The amount of people that have admiration and respect for the lives Thalen has told greatly outweighs those who are against him. We did not know for sure that the missing people would end up causing this, but I did know that I had to get them out of there before anything bad happened to them or before they fell into the grasp of the remnants of Thalen as well. So it wasn't, I'm bringing these people here in hopes of bringing on others. It's I'm bringing these people here so we can bring on others.
Wait, so are you not able to like try to affect Dalen yourself? Like, if you have all this knowledge, then I assume you might like have some kind of way to like stop Dalen. And if so, couldn't you have just done it a long time ago?
So the issue is I have spent a great deal of time within Thalen's hearth. I'm worried that if I go back and I experience a Seraph's Call, I will no longer be able to be effective in the way that I need to be. The only way to stop it is by destroying the heart.
Well, I tried that and that didn't work out.
I mean, really, we could just find.
Oh wait, I didn't. I
You
wanted
did not.
to.
You out of it.
Yeah,
I
fair
mean,
enough.
if we could just find another folk like Sal here, and if they touch it, then maybe the heart will be completely consumed.
Just throwing it out there. Should have destroyed it. Called it.
So it only shrunk by like I saw like 10%. Like it went from like boop to boop. It wasn't
We
like
just need to find 9 more. That's all.
yeah.
So Salazar, where is your family again?
Oh my God.
So if we go find your family and bring them here, they could take care of the heart for us. They just touch it, they end up like you. That's not bad, right? You enjoy it.
Oh
I
man,
mean-
real self-conscious.
Let's just.
Makes it less
Blow it
special.
up.
I get it.
I said this a long time ago. Let's just blow it up.
I don't.
This whole campaign is just believe in yourself.
Believe in me. I believe in you.
Yes.
That
Keep
was
forgetting
nice.
we have been deemed your pack.
Salazar had this whole other arc going on. I didn't even realize. Look, I need to take more notes.
Zephyr's just playing with her beard this whole time, by the way.
Really quick.
I mean, yes, of course. You four are the unlikely heroes. No, I write the book. I'm around. It's fine. I don't believe I am letting myself down. This is just the way it is to me. I'm not here for heroics. I'm here to catch your heroics. I believe that is actually Elodie's reaction of just bursting into laughter.
Yeah, I guess at this point.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
I'm gonna turn to the curator and be like, this is literally the best we've got. This is what the hope you've been waiting for.
And it's like, I thought it was kind of sweet.
Oh.
Okay.
Dane, sorry.
I don't remember what I was gonna say. Go ahead.
Kadaj had questions when in the shouting that was happening, and I just wanted to address them.
So, why are you involved in this?
So, my involvement is limited on what I believe to be right. The remnants of Thalen are misguided. The information that they have is limited on what I would provide. They would go on these supply runs to Velendor under the guise of needing like fruits and vegetation, but what they were actually doing was in seek of these. And she holds up or pulls out 2 books from one of the shelves. They have the rest of them, but these are the journals of Thalen. With this, they can help guide their way into the return of Thalen, who they deem to be the rightful ruler of the Amber Isles. And I don't trust that him coming back is what's best for this place. It's already underwent so much change that has affected everyone so greatly. I don't think anything further will be able to sustain the lives that used to live here.
So why don't we just destroy the books then?
I'm a preserver of knowledge. I have kept these books safe, and I've been able to retrieve these 2 with the help of your friend. But sure. $15. So what is it you're trying? So essentially, you. Yeah. So you are weary of her, but under the circumstances, you believe that she does truly want to keep the books safe. She already excludes them from the realm that you guys are in, and or excludes them to the realm that you guys are in, as the only way to access this is through the portals. So, with that being said, there is some hesitation in your trust in her, but due to the circumstance, you believe that she's probably telling the truth.
With that being said, I'm gonna go over like, oh, that's a good point. So anyway, can I see those books? I want to read them.
She kind of clutches them a little bit tighter.
Worth a shot.
What is it that you're looking for? What information?
Nothing. I just want to destroy them.
I mean, he at least he's honest.
She kind of just like turns and puts it like, again, she has kind of maintained the same nonchalant energy this whole time. She just turns and puts them back on the shelves, very like leisurely, the same way she's been doing everything else. And just says, the safest hands are my own. I don't believe that these should be destroyed, but I don't think that these belong in the hands of somebody else. If you wish to learn more, there's more here for you to learn. But I don't want anything leaving this room. Physically.
I don't remember. Also, Ryan, really quick, Jen says, "No, okay, cool. Okay, as long as you saw it then. All right, continue. Yeah, I don't think I put anything in my bag, as far as I remember.
To refresh your guys' memory, because I'm pretty sure your characters would remember this, there were a bunch of the books on the table. You flipped through them, you saw like some entries of like the latter days of him kind of escaping to Thalen's Hearth. You found one that was half empty, presumably due to his death, and I believe that there was missing pages out of a couple of the other ones that you had flipped through. Don't remember if you guys did. I don't think you did.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Do you guys have any inventory notes?
Let me
Nope.
check.
No, I didn't have it in my notes at all. I just checked them.
Okay, so really quick, we'll pause. We'll watch the entire 3-hour episode, and we'll come back to this.
All I got is Info's life debt, which is it's priceless.
Have that
Valueless.
in here too.
Valueless.
Okay.
Two very different things.
Really quick, I think now would be a good time for a really quick break if we just want to take 15. Just to recap, do we have any other questions before we take this break? Anything fresh in your mind that you want to question the curator about?
How many licks does it get? Does it take to get a center of a Tootsie Pop?
I've not encountered a Tootsie Pop, but if it comes across in my readings, I will let you know.
It was 3.
Oh god, Tootsie Pops are vicious slime monsters. You don't want to be licking those.
What? That's good.
All right. Any other questions for the curator before we continue with our break?
I don't think so.
Were you alive for the time that Thalen was?
Indeed, I was.
Oh, I actually do have a. I'm sorry, no, you go ahead.
Did you know him?
I did not know him, but I was aware of what was happening. I too used to live in Velendor.
I'll be honest, I was kind of hoping for a personal grudge because it's like something that, makes it a little more sure you're on our side, like the enemy of my enemy is my friend type of deal. I guess that's still valid, but
That would have seemed a little too coincidental, don't you think, Elodius?
No, that's exactly what happens in all the stories.
Oh, of course. Rabute, you had a question.
I was gonna ask if you knew how to destroy the heart. If there was any just quick and easy way to do it.
As far as destroying it goes, it's some sort of magic. I think magic is the best way to deal with it. Everything that had happened before, leading up to this, I have great knowledge on. For how to fix this, unfortunately, all I have is you.
Just throwing it out there. Nick called it magic. Blew it up. Put it on it.
Hey,
I suppose blasting was the best idea.
to be fair, Eddie, you had a lot of ideas and you started with werewolves. So you were just kind of throwing things out there.
Let's not throw a bunch of darts into the thing, and if one sticks, that one sticks, and that's how I roll.
All right. That being said, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in 15 minutes. And Brian mouthed something.
Oh, 15 is so long.
5 minutes. Jesus Christ.
Does anybody really? Do you need 15 minutes?
I was just going to go get more coffee.
Make dinner.
Look, Ryan, both the people watching this can wait 15 minutes. Tell Jen we'll be 10 minutes. Okay.
We'll be back shortly.
All right. We'll be back shortly.
Okay, I'm doing the thing. See ya. Adios. Ciao. Go.
Oh, go! Okay.
Go, man, water.
Oh, you
No.
idiot! Oh, wow. That's going to set the precedence for the rest of the session. It's all downhill from here.
all
Welcome
wet.
back. It's, yep, we're playing D&D. I wanted to make a joke about wet, but then I stammered a little, and now we're here. So, you guys are with the curator. You're asking questions. She's kind of answering them in some roundabout way. She's explained to you that you are vital to her operation. It was not planned, but it is definitely appreciated. Where do you guys go from here?
That was my next question. What do now? Like, well, I mean, if we expose Zephyrin to the cultists in any way, there's a chance that they can bring back Thalen. So, like, how do? Oh, wait, right.
So
All
does,
right,
this,
Dwarf.
does this protect her from
Where
that
did
happening to
Zephyr
her?
go?
Or is this just a magical disguise that they will see right through as soon as they go, wait, the one's missing. Who's the new guy?
Unfortunately,
a girl.
I use it like colloquially. This character is good with words. I am not. Please use it colloquially. It just means people.
Okay.
fine, but you're on thin ice. Sorry, the question to the curator was, will this help? Absolutely not. So she's like, unfortunately, this is just a disguise. Thalen magic can still use her body as a host, but hopefully with this disguise you can remain unseen from the remnants.
Okay. So our best bet of destroying the heart is magic of some kind. Not unlike, and I'll just last.
Thought of another possibility, so they won't believe, they won't see the new person and figure out if there's a possible disguise against. What if? I'm sorry for suggesting this immediately, but what if Zephyrin disguised herself as info since they already know we travel with him?
But what if they see you with info?
We just get info to stay here.
I'm not sure that is in the settlement's best interest.
It might be.
What if I'm
Perhaps-
Pen?
Yeah, what if Penn stays here for a while?
Oh man, I mean, I could. I'm kind of looking for a new place to stay.
Yeah, she can turn into Penn, and Penn can hide here. Zephyrin, you'll have to pretend you don't know anything. Just don't talk about the sea, and it'll sound like normal.
Okay.
She has nothing else to say now.
So I guess, do you know where the heart of Thalen might be?
Unfortunately, I don't know. From what I heard, it is no longer beneath the Night Sven, so its whereabouts is completely justifiable to speculate on.
Yeah. So you don't know any spells or anything that might be able to locate it anyway? Like nothing.
I do not.
Okay.
Forgive me. For someone who was sitting eating as if were chosen, I feel as though I haven't got any answer. Know exactly. Is it because we have? Is there a reason are here?
I have a lot of knowledge to share, but the specifics of what you're looking for are unclear to me. If you need something in particular, then I can share that with you and hopefully clear things up. But unfortunately, I don't know what it is that you're looking for right now. You want more clarification on Thalen, correct?
Let us focus attention on specific, as you. So, Thalen, you said before that history itself.
Yes.
Others, I'd have others.
This is what we're correcting the fish person on, is his grammar.
No, correcting Ryan because Have others tried this?
Have others tried to aid in Thalen's return before? Not in this particular situation. When I said that, I was simply stating that it is common for people to rise up against a common foe. She was merely just making a statement like, yeah, there's always somebody who saves the day.
Okay.
I think I may have come up with a plan that can help us find the heart.
That
I mean, it's not a nice plan. I mean, it would require using someone who looks like a Triton as bait. Obviously, we don't want to put Zephyrin in that position and end up with Zephyrin actually becoming Thalen. But if we had someone else who had the power to look like a Triton,
So what you're saying is we give Zephyrин's new hat to Info, ask him to walk around like a Triton, and just see what happens.
I was going to say that Kadaj makes himself look like Zephyrin, and Zephyrin makes herself look like Kadaj.
while they're trying to make the possession happen, we can blow up the heart.
If we find a way to maintain communication, like if we have some, I don't know. Do you have a magical form of communication?
Do you have any sending stones there, friend?
She just
What
kind
kind
of
of
like
magic items you got on them shelves?
She kind of overlooks your whole like scenario. She's like, ah, yes, the old switcheroo, as they call it. She does not have any sending stones or anything for magical communication.
Rude.
I think the answer you were looking for was yes and.
Yes, and ooh, my bad.
Salazar, has your unearthing of magical powers come forth and given you the ability of telepathy?
Not yet. Maybe
In
next
this
level.
Keep me posted.
With that question, Salazar, you look inward and you start to think about the magical happenings of the interaction with the heart.
I
Just spit.
keep going.
Are you fine, sir?
I looked at my character sheet and I have message.
I was gonna say, there's a message.
He has message and rope.
So yeah, I start to look
yes.
into myself and then I start to think to Elodius, like,
What I was going to say is that you feel that presence that you felt much, much weaker now that you are this distant from the heart.
So wait, you can track the heart, can't you? That was that
I
implying?
think he's like a hotter, colder kind of situation.
Presumably.
That'll help.
after much needed debate internally, I do realize that I think my abilities that I have gained from the heart will allow me to go telepathic.
All right, that's perfect. Kadaj, the greatest hero of all of us. How would you like to be blue for a while?
It's really nice, I promise.
Just to humor Elodius, I like, without changing height, I like kind of halfway change my appearance to look like Zephyrin.
See, it's going to be perfect.
Dabba-dee, dabba-die.
Fantastic! Nailed it!
That's our saying! No,
The words of my people.
no. That's our village warrior chant.
Yeah.
Like the Wakandans say Bombay, the Tritons say
Dabba-dee, dabba-die.
It's like it's a response. The general goes dabba-dee, everyone goes dabba-die.
It means something in primordial that we're not going to translate for reasons.
Like summons a deity if it's said enough.
Yeah.
Say it 3 times in the dark with the lights off.
Beetlejuice arrives, like...
It means we fight together or we die alone.
Right.
Yes.
Curator, I was thinking about stories that I have read. Is there someone who had opposed him previously? A villain to him of sorts?
Within his lifetime?
Yes. maybe towards the end of it.
All right. So, sorry, just scrolling. So, Thalen once knew love, and this love was not reciprocated to him, which made him grow bitter. She loved another, and he used his power with the Kingdom of Velendor to allude to them that this person was going to commit the most heinous of crimes, treason, amongst the kingdom. So within this, the woman he loved, her love interest, was then hung in the gallows. It was believed that he had done this for his own sake many times, where he would just erase those who opposed him, including eventually the woman he loved as well. So it's to say that anyone who opposed him would not really persist, as he would get the kingdom to deal with them due to his stance within.
So he was using his power for good, and then at some on being hurt.
It's hard to say what his motives ever truly were, but yes, that's what it seems.
So
Also, I mean, preemptive hangings doesn't seem like a very good cause to me.
well, it wasn't him hanging.
Yes, but
people.
I mean,
He was stopping
he's
people
still involved.
from killing crimes and
Supposedly.
It was not a perfect system, and once the people had risen up, the kingdom had done a lot of work to repeal these methods and try to pay back to those that Thalen had caused harm to.
what I'm thinking, if there was that we might fire by the heart, something that had belonged to one healer. They were the first hit. Break the curse out.
So as far as weapons go, I do agree that you do need to be better equipped if you're going to be taking on all of Thalen's heart with just the 6 of you. 2 gestures to you 5 and pen. To the west, there is a cave inhabited by dwarves. They are master forgers of all sorts of armor and weaponry. Maybe they can better prepare you for what is to come.
Zephyrin plays with her beard some more because she hasn't changed into any of the other forms yet.
Dwarves!
You know what dwarven village?
They're just a mining settlement. They're only posted up there for the time being. It's not a village. It is just an empty cavern with a lot of minerals in it. Their foreman is named Zarenmir.
I mean, hey, if the heroism doesn't work, we can always take up a job mining.
Should we even bother
With
buying or going to the west and getting better weapons? Like, should we even bother? I mean, I think we should, but I just want to know what everyone else's opinion was.
I mean, I find my sharpest blade is my tongue.
And also your quill.
And your
It's
razor.
quite sharp.
Razor.
I keep a lot of sharp things on me.
I mean, I'm not getting rid of my
The
sword.
horns
That's
are
not
pretty
fair.
good too. Not sharp, but
Do you believe that dwarves will make some that can better than
that is to be seen, but I do believe that you're going to have other trials in your way before you can reach the heart. Finding it for sure is the goal and destroying it, but there will be those who stand in your way.
Do
Am I
these
dying?
dwarves... Yeah. Please stop.
I have like a bad. I'm just craving my coffee. It makes my throat weird,
Maybe don't use it then.
but it's so good.
Hey,
Maybe
just
allergic
because I'm
to it.
lactose intolerant doesn't mean I'm going to torture myself by keeping milk away from myself.
Just torture yourself by consuming milk. That's fine.
Exactly.
Always blame going to like Serena's house. Like I was like, oh, it's my allergies, but it's just because I stopped by the Starbucks on the way there, and the cream messes with my throat. And that's all.
Is that
it
why
was.
you ate all of our cough drops?
Yes, I brought my own after a while.
Back on topic. Zephyrin would like to ask, do these dwarves accept currency that isn't currency? Because I don't have money.
She just reaches in to her satchel and pulls out a small burlap sack and says, hopefully this will be enough, and then hands you some indiscriminate sack of gold.
Discriminate
A
money.
book bag full of money.
Not a book bag, it's a burlap sack within her book bag.
Oh, all right.
Oh, I can add this to my sack, and I like raise my skirt and like open up my thigh sack I have.
Oh god, don't call it that.
Yep.
My thigh sack?
That's a sack.
I keep a sack tied to my thigh in
that
case
right
I
to
need
my
to hide
thigh sack.
things. I walk around wearing a lot of jewelry and not a lot of armor and weapons.
Right, but like how high on the thigh? Outer thigh, inner thigh?
It's inner thigh.
It's like that scene in Emperor's New Groove when Yzma's like lifting her skirt.
Oh yeah.
And they're like, oh no, God, no! And then it's just a knife or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Yo.
So yeah, that but Goat Man.
That but a goat man.
Are there
See,
more
all his
questions?
junk and stuff is hidden in the fur. He doesn't necessarily need to wear skirts. He wears skirts because he wants to, and it hides his secret pouch of money.
There are more questions out than that we.
I'm good.
Then town itself. Town has been cursed. Thalen had passed.
Yes.
Who had sheriff's call.
No, I've not yet experienced the Seraph's Call, but I spent a great deal of time within Thalen's Hearth when I began my research. And I fear that if I go back, I experience it, I will not be able to. Hey, buddy, where you at?
That's my cat rubbing against my microphone. Or my
Yeah, I locked my
camera.
cats out of here. Yeah, don't have the Seraph's Call. Fear if I go back, it will happen. Yes, that's where we were.
Can
No.
you tell us anything more that you know about the Seraph's Call, just so we have the clearest understanding of like what it is, how it works, when exactly people get the purple veins and die?
So the Seraph's Call is a fragment of Thalen's power. Those who become connected with Thalen, who spend enough time within Thalen's Hearth, end up experiencing it. What it is a future sight. It's a vision of something yet to come. If these visions that they experience are things that need to happen in order for Thalen to come back. It's often not anything significant or truly telling of his return, but it's the equivalent of if you were to drop a silver coin on the sidewalk and somebody were to pick it up, they would then spend it, and a series of events would happen because of that one silver coin. It's the same as these Seraph's Calls. They will lead to these events that Thalen needs to occur in order for him to come back. If you are connected with Thalen and you end the life of somebody else who's connected to Thalen, somebody else who could help along his return, then you are then removed from Thalen and you are put into a form of stasis until you can then otherwise be healed.
Oh.
I knew they weren't dead. I friggin' knew it.
No.
Oh
So the
wait.
people with the veins are alive?
Oh.
In a sense.
Oh well, on the bright side, all the people in that basement, their bodies were burned in the fire, and no fault of our own. Anything that might have happened, and no one will be waking up with a missing arm.
Yeah.
Trying
Not
to
look at that.
trying to awaken one of the bodies or interfering with one of them while the heart is still active will cause the soul to disconnect from the body and leave it wandering these planes. So do what you can to not create a
Oh.
wandering soul.
So
Oh.
basically, all of this is similar to that one tale that I read about the person that threw the stick of butter flying through the air, and then someone stepped on it and caused an effect when
What?
they had slipped and
Who is
Butter?
throwing butter? Oh, it's a butterfly effect.
Oh.
precisely why
Yes.
this brings you.
Yes.
So the people who had interfered would go into. So does that mean that people who vote alive, Alwyn's will be?
Yes.
No, because they were in the basement that was set on fire.
Oh, bummer.
Now they're wandering souls.
Yeah, so unless whoever started that fire got all the bodies out of that basement, then
Then
I
2 out of
think
3 of
it's- I
them
think
might
it's
be
safe.
fine.
yeah.
2 out of 3 of them might be fine.
Has there been any instances where someone would lie about having?
That's not for me to say. If they truly lied about it, then who am I to know?
So I'm trying to think of the ones that we have heard of so far. One was about me touching the heart. The other the other was about Caden returning, which he did,
The other was about Torin dying.
or in dying.
Which, I mean, he did, but I suppose not in the way he was supposed to, since he had all the purple veins, which I guess means he didn't die.
But he
Except
did
now he's
now.
dead.
He is dead now.
Might be
now
now.
he's a wandering soul stuck on this plane.
So the things that need to happen to bring Thalen back, 3 have been done. But no.
Hundreds of things over the past few years, thousands possibly, have been done in order to lead up to this moment. When the heart grows to the right size and enough of the energy is stored within the heart, all they need is a host. And I fear that they're getting close now. You set them back enough with your interaction with the heart. When it rejected you, it dispelled some of the energy. But with the more visions that happen, the stronger the heart grows. So once it grows to the ideal size, all they are going to need is a host.
Do you know? When was the last time you were in?
I visited the Trog 5 days ago.
When you were there, you were able to gather and know how many trying to bring things. We are having a hard time.
My exact knowledge is not, I don't have an exact number of how many people are working within it, but I would assume up to, unfortunately, what could be at least half the village or half the town. That's not to say that they are actively trying, but they are well invested in the stories of Thalen.
So, what if us doing the is just part of that? What if turns?
If Thalen returns, he will regain his strength and his powers and be able to use them to ascend to a higher power. My fear is that with everybody in Thalen's Hearth already following him, it would only amass to a larger army of people doing his bidding, and I fear what might happen to the Amber Isles if that's the case.
Oh, everyone would be essentially fucked.
Oh, I suppose we should also tell you, the Trog got hit. Um, we were led down the tunnel to there, and a bookshelf. Oh, first water was dripping into the tunnel, and then a bookshelf was knocked down onto the door. We got that out of the way, and the place had been ransacked. And then we came out, and Penn was the only person who was still there from your revolutionary group. And yeah, we couldn't find hide nor hair of the people.
Then we must act quick. I do suggest that you are better prepared for this fight, and if you will take it, then I will do what I can to help you. But with that being said, like, do you take this burden?
If it means saving a bunch of people, then yeah, of course we can take the burden. But
I have one last question. You were in the Trog 5 days.
Yes.
Said if you spent any more time in Aelin's Hearth, you would worry about it. But the first thing that you said when we arrived was you had been waiting. How are we to believe that it didn't of us?
It is to my understanding that these visions come to you in your sleep. When you are the most vulnerable, that is when these fragments of this magic, of this energy, can affect you. So long as I don't spend a night in Thalen's Hearth, so long as I don't sleep there, I don't believe that the Seraph's Call can affect me. So that is the only reason I travel to and from the Trog. I haven't been there since the shipwreck, so I haven't spoken with those that came back from it. I was merely doing preparations for their return. I was just waiting for you. As I said, I've been speaking with Dante's informant.
Do you even sleep, though? Because you're an elf, right?
I mean, I believe a vision would be able to come to a trance.
Sorry, what was that?
I believe a vision would be able to come to a trance.
What do you mean?
Because elves
trance,
don't really
they don't sleep.
Yeah. So she could stay unaffected by it, essentially?
Probably just doesn't want to take that risk.
Yeah.
Hey, weren't you supposed to meet us at the Trog like yesterday? How did you know not to go?
Honestly, that is merely just a coincidence.
Also, I think that was earlier today.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe, yeah, probably.
Yeah, it was.
A couple hours ago.
Yeah, it was this
It
morning.
took us half a day to get here, apparently.
Yeah,
So it's getting
a little
late.
more than that. Yeah, it's late at night. It took about 12 hours for you guys to get here, and it was noon. So it's basically like midnight or after midnight now.
Yeah,
Oh, we
I
must
mean,
be tired. We've been up since like 2 a.m.
Yeah, some of us need
Our sleep schedule
rest
is all
for,
sorts
like,
messed up again.
for spell slots, for bardic inspirations, and most importantly, to shave. Like,
How long
Like-
a journey is it to caves?
It's only a few hours to the west.
Far out of the way is that our quest?
Your quest, like, to go back to Thalen's Hearth?
Yeah. Like, is it further away from Phelan's Hearth, or is it, like, on the way back?
So you were traveling north, and so you're basically just going all the way west. So it'll essentially keep you parallel with it, maybe adding an hour to your journey back.
Fine.
we'll use the theory of Pythagoras to calculate the distance we will need to travel back.
Who?
Pythagoras. He's a god of triangles.
Pythagoras.
Pythagoras.
Yeah, I got it.
Do you have room for us to stay here to keep us in safe?
Oh, yes, please do stay the night. That we have plenty of extra rooms within the homes of the Furbolgs. You guys can pretty much fit like 3 of you per bed, realistically.
What about staying here in this library?
She kind of like looks around, and as I said, it's basically just like a circular room with a couple desks and some seating areas. There's not much place to stay, but if you do feel more comfortable here, this will last for 24 hours. So
I'm just
She
thinking.
trusts Rob around her books.
I'm just thinking we have a Triton in our group. Or hidden.
I am a
probably safe.
dwarf.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. We have no Triton in our
I
group.
am a dwarf.
like with a hat on, or are you just gonna kind of like?
It's a magic item. It just holds on.
Yeah.
It comes with a chin strap.
She's attached her beard to the hat, secure it to her head.
Well, that's a question. So when she's wearing the hat, does the hat still show, or does it like disappear into like part of the disguise?
It still shows. It's a bit of an evident tell.
Well, part of this guy's self is being able to change the clothing.
Yeah, no, you can change it to a different hat.
Yeah.
Or a headband.
Yeah.
Just a construction helmet.
Or just more,
Or a beer
Although-
helmet.
just really tall hair.
You can make yourself smaller and make things invisible, but they don't stand up to physical scrutiny. So you can make yourself not wearing a hat, and if someone touches your head, they just find a hat.
That's fair.
All right. Well, if you all feel safe, then maybe we. If we have more questions. Yes.
Oh, where are you guys?
I do have one more question, but I think I already know the answer. So
What's up?
the last furbolg that we chased was acting peculiar around the trees, and we know that info was marking the path here. So we're assuming that that furbolg was just removing that so that way others don't stumble into this glade, I think is what it's called.
The glade, yes. Yes, we, not for any other reason than the furbolgs like their privacy, have requested that nobody, no outsiders, tamper with anything to do with our solitude. So we were merely trying to avoid interactions from unwanted outsiders, unlike yourselves, who we were expecting.
Next time, we just need someone who's better at finding a path than Dante or Info.
All right, so where do you guys want to sleep?
I say
Okay.
we bunk Kadaj with info in one of the 3-person beds.
It will keep Info quiet.
No.
I would like to find an accommodating furbolg who has a basin and a mirror.
The home next to hers is unoccupied, so
Oh.
Is there a basin and a mirror and a source of water? I don't want to use Salazar's water.
there is a river nearby. You can kind of hear the rushing water as you entered the glade.
Okay.
And that's their water source. And there is a mirror within the home.
Yeah, Elodius is walking around holding his shirt closed, not even doing up the buttons like he could because his chest hair is getting bad.
Okay. So you guys are going to stay in the uninhabited house next door?
Yeah.
And we level
Level up. We level up right now, middle of the session.
Mid-session,
Woo!
mid-level level up. That's
Yeah, nice.
mid-session level up.
Now you know how to
Um,
do
You
it.
hit level 3.5 and gain all the powers therein.
So you make your way into the large fortified wooden home next door. It's cozy looking enough. As you look around, there's very few real accommodations. It's one story. You can kind of see it all. It's very open concept. There's a couple beds and a mirror and one table with 8 very large chairs surrounding it. That's all I got.
to this uninhabited home.
Yeah, it's a guest house.
I don't really care. I'll just find a seat and start sleeping. I don't
I
care.
find a comfortable
Gonna
spot
sleep in
and
a
I
chair.
get ready to go to sleep.
Yeah, Zephyrin face down into a bed and passes out.
I rinse myself off first.
Awkward little pen just kind of like crawls underneath the table and starts to sleep there.
It feels like a cage to him. It's where he's comfortable.
Yeah,
All
he's
the
pet-
chair legs coming down.
Exactly.
there's only one door into this house, right? Just a front door.
Yes.
Cool.
All the buildings are like built into like the sides of trees. You can see like the structure like built into the roots as part of like the bark of the tree and feeds into the inside of the house.
Cool. So I'm gonna cast alarm on that doorway,
Okay.
and then find somewhere to go to sleep.
What are the effects of alarm again?
Just pull this up and take a look. Set an alarm against unwanted intrusion. Choose a door, window, or area that's no longer 20-foot cube. Till the spell ends, an alarm alerts you whether a tiny or larger creature touches or enters the warded area. When you cast a spell, you can designate creatures that won't set off the alarm. You also choose whether the alarm is mental or audible.
So, essentially, I want to know if it's mental or audible. Will people hear it, or will
Audible.
just audible?
Definitely audible.
Okay.
And the only people that would not set that door off is anyone that's in here right now.
So the 5 of you and Pen.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh god.
Anything else is an intrusion.
Anything else? Okay.
It
So
is
you guys
dealt with.
you guys lay down to go to sleep. Kyle, what does Elodius do?
Elodius shaves, gets cleaned up. And
You just
then-
shave and leave it on the floor?
No.
Nobody gets cleaned up? Okay.
He cleans everything up, takes care of the basin of water and stuff, where, most of the hair would probably go from shaving. And then, deals with his mess, and then he also just goes to bed. He sees the one bed with fucking Zephyrin just plopped somewhere. He's like, I suppose that's their custom, and he just also plops into that bed.
Everybody's going to sleep. Nobody else wants to do anything before you go to bed?
Heck no.
Bedtime.
I just rinse myself with my dirty salt water in there.
Gross.
I let him know that there's clean river water nearby.
I need the salt water for me to breathe.
Oh,
That's fair.
You need to specifically breathe in salt water. What if we add salt?
I literally do not think that is how that works.
You'd be surprised. I mean, why would they call it salt water?
Because it is filled with the tears of our enemies.
Zephyr's asleep where she would laugh.
That would,
She's kind of like in her sleep.
that would be salt. Okay, so what if I cry in it?
You have any stories that would wrench some tears?
No, I have a really high deception.
Fair.
I just roll it. I just do the crocodile tears.
I'm going to just stick with my prepared water. Thank you. I don't tell you how to shave. Don't tell me how to bathe.
Wow.
I mean, bathing requires things to be clean.
Mid-level crisis, Civil War. Let's go. Choose your side.
I
Also,
apologize.
you wouldn't know how to shave. You have no hair.
Gonna take that, Lokatha, man. Don't let Captain
Yeah.
Sater
I got nothing.
punk you.
I apologize for being grumpy. It's been a very long.
All right.
Yes,
So
it has.
everybody goes to sleep. Correct?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Try to. Like,
Everybody? Every single one of
Yeah, who keeps watching in town?
you? Okay.
We got an alarm, a
We got
very
an
loud
alarm, it's
alarm
fine.
cast on the door. We're good.
Okay, so it's the dead of night. This is so obvious. I don't know why I have to say this, but so it's the dead of night. You are all in a deep sleep. It's been a few hours, and then all of a sudden you hear this loud, audible alarm going off, followed by the shrieking of a familiar voice.
my light
course.
turns on immediately.
Yeah, I unsheath my sword and like ready to Eldritch Blast him straight to hell.
It's just it's hard to tell in the dead of night. You guys are
I just turned
very.
my light on.
It's hard to tell in the dead of night because you guys are very tired. You're just coming to, but after you kind of let your eyes focus for a second, you can see a panicked and flailing info, just like, huh, what's that? Where's that coming from?
Ah, it blasts. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, God.
No.
Can I roll a con save to sleep through the alarm?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, same.
High is good, obviously. So like if
I
you
got an 18.
all right, you just had the roughest day and you need your beauty sleep. You have no concept of what's going on.
That's a 19.
19 is same. Like
Yeah, 10.
you
The
plop.
two people who took the bet are just out.
Yeah. The rest of you that do wake up, you wake up to that sound followed by the thud from under the table. As Penn awakes and just smacks his head on the top of it. Oh, what's happening?
Is just another disturbance. I put my light out and I lay my head back down.
Same.
Yeah, just
Do my best to
shoot
go
the
back to
sword.
bed.
Yeah.
All right.
Turn the alarm off.
No, it's still on. So
It's still going off.
Going.
yeah, it stays going for 8 hours. So
Like
It
it's
doesn't-
like blaring still, or does it
well,
like?
no, the alarm shuts off, but the
Okay.
spell is still up. So
I mean, I think Dante's still
unfortunately,
there.
if he keeps coming in and out, then that's gonna keep.
It's like when you accidentally sit on your car keys and your car alarm goes off.
Right.
So he closes the door behind him. Kadaj, where are you sleeping?
Nowhere that he can find me.
Where are you sleeping?
Away.
I don't know.
Are you in the other bed?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, there were 2 beds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's 2.
Yeah, I'm in that
I
one.
missed that somehow.
So he just kind of like looks around for room. Presumably Eddie and Ryan's characters are in there with you.
Sure.
They're
That's
quite large.
probably- Yeah.
So he just kind of like looks for room and just like curls up at your feet like a family dog.
I throw up.
You throw up.
You don't kick him, you just throw up.
Yeah, immediately.
So he's rested at your feet, like I said, just like a dog curled up at the end of the bed. As he just kind of like huddles up and spoons your heel a little bit. And that's it. You go back to
I don't
sleep.
Like it.
Back to
I don't
sleep.
like it.
All right.
I don't like it at all.
So each of you to wake up in the morning. Presumably Elodius and Zephyrin first, as everybody starts to get out of bed. Kadaj, you can feel like a small wet spot on the back of your foot from where Info was drooling. But other than that, you are feeling well rested.
Set.
All right. So, what's the first move?
I wipe off my shoes.
You went to
can
bed with
go.
your shoes on.
Go, nothing like 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep. Not a single thing.
Oh, was that 8 hours? Could have slept longer.
So that means it's roughly like 10 a.m. if we're going off Earth's 24-hour time for whatever reason.
Okay. Well, I guess we should start heading out to the west and get that the stuff in the dwarves or whatever.
Yeah, the dwarves
Okay.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Just give me like 10 minutes. I need to shave again.
Oh, okay.
How fast is Quebec?
Oh, I mean, he's a satyr. They're supposed to have like big goat like beards and like full like hairy bodies. He's getting like literally shaved before he went to sleep, woke up, and it's like he has like fucking stubble everywhere.
Solid.
Sound comfortable.
I like it. All right, everyone else is up and ready to go. It's just kind of like making sense of the day as you're all getting ready. Penn kind of looks to you guys a little perplexed. He's like, so what am I doing again?
You're staying here.
You're
Probably
living with your
safest
new
thing to say.
family.
I guess I can learn how to garden. It doesn't look too complicated.
Yeah.
Just don't do anything yourself, kid.
I mean, that's kind of my priority one in most situations. So,
The fear
You got it.
bugs seem to be pretty defensive.
If you get in their good graces, they'll protect you when bad things happen.
I mean, I hope so. He just kind of like like waves to you guys and like saunters off towards a large communal garden. Most of the furbolgs have been up for hours at this point, just kind of tilling away. And he starts to like interact. You can see them kind of like gesturing towards stuff and trying to hand him tools that are way too large for him. The curator is right where you had first seen her, sitting on that same chair, just awaiting to send you off on your journey.
Wait, so am I gonna be Kadaj or am I gonna be Pen?
I do believe that very
I'm for it.
Yeah, but we honestly, well, should we be waiting to like, should she be like just choose whatever form she wants? Because right now we're just going to go to the dwarves, so it really doesn't matter.
well.
We save the switcheroo for when we get back to the hearth.
I mean, being Penn's probably the move right now, right? It doesn't matter.
But if
I mean, you could also just be the dwarf, but then the dwarves might take offense if you don't actually know any dwarven culture.
I think that might be a problem.
Oh, no, I'm not going to weigh in here. Go for it. Do whatever.
I'm just thinking we had passed people who would be. What if we pass people that are looking prepared? I think now would be a good. We'll give you enough time to also practice.
I don't like info.
Kadaj, is there two of you?
When do bodies come out of the ground? How long have they been buried?
They're very good at this. You know, I know good acting when I see it. This is spot on.
Something, air breathers. Bah! Something.
This is spot on. I'm glad this is happening. All right. So, the curator kind of like stands up or pulls herself to her feet to send you off. It's like she reaches into her satchel and she hands you one of the scrolls that she had in her in the bag. She says, "If you happen to come across the other books, I think this is where they belong." It's the same like Magnificent Mansion thing I explained before.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I return to my thigh pouch.
You're just packing this like long phallic scroll in your thigh pouch.
It's supposed to be long enough that I could put my quill in there in a case without it getting crumpled up and stuff.
So Kyle stuffs.
I stuff Elodia's stuff.
Yeah.
Really quick, this is kind of a meta question. Now, the way is this actually like a homebrewed version of Magnificent Mansion itself?
Essentially, yeah. It's a little different. They're supposed to be like verbal and material components.
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the way Magnificent Mansion works is you only allow certain people in, right?
Yeah, so essentially it works more similar, I guess, to the what is the portal called? Where's my brain? It's essentially like a portal to this realm, similar to Magnificent Mansion. So it's
basically what I want to know is if this gets into the wrong hands, if they would be able to get in. Because Magnificent Mansion, I think, would be able to get them out.
Yeah, no, it's only whomever she gives it to. So
okay.
If she hands it to Elodius, only Elodius can prompt the entry.
Okay.
So.
Oh, I guess I also have a backpack that I could put this in, and I have a case or a scroll case. So like maybe I can carry this around like a normal fucking human being.
You could. A normal satyr, let's be.
A normal satyr.
Yeah. But yeah, so she sends you off with this scroll. Info is still standing at the ready with you guys, just kind of in the background, not saying much. He's not much of a morning person.
Curator, is there you're sure he can't stay here with you?
I am absolutely positive that he cannot stay here.
You know, Info, I think the best idea right now is if you slipped back into Thalentarth and gathered more information for us.
You know what? I could be helping the group that way. Making my best buddy Kadash proud of me.
Yes, and then we will meet you back at your tree.
But that
Your
bastard
shared
Soup Bones is
tree
there.
with Soup Bones. Your shared tree?
Roll persuasion.
Okay.
And whatever.
That is a 17.
17. He's just like, yeah, but when you guys get back, you're going to help settle that debt with me, right? That being the one of Soup Bones taking my tree.
I mean, you stole it from him, so what's the debt?
Yeah, find us, keep us, right?
Info, there is more important things at hand. You are upsetting Kadaj.
Oh gosh. Okay, right away, best buddy. And he like wraps his arms around you and gives you like the wettest kiss on the cheek. As though he's just been licking his lips all day. And then he just kind of like proudly walks off in the wrong direction.
We'll figure it out.
I can't remember. In my own headcanon, Info is so like short. How tall is Info?
Info's not that short. He's like 5'10", I think I said.
5'10"?
Yeah.
Yes.
I've been a lot shorter than that.
So,
I definitely had that assumption that he was a lot shorter too.
no,
I don't know why. It was just there in my
Yeah.
When we
noggin.
first found him, he was sitting down.
He was sitting.
he was like whittling something with a knife. He had his hood up. All you could see was like this large scar protruding down his face. He looked quite intimidating. He looks nothing like how he is or how he sounds. He looks like Kadaj, essentially, just a paler, like more like pink toned version with a scar on his face, and looks like more battle worn than you would ever expect him to be. So,
I will grow him up in my brain.
Yeah.
I should just get him drawn. I think I might do that. But yeah, so he is just a mess of a person. Anyway, so he walks off in the wrong direction.
Zephyrin, quick thing real quick, if we are switching, for lack of a better word. So the ability that I have works a little bit differently, where mine's not an illusion. Mine's pretty real. So that being said,
Are you cross-eyed right now?
these clothes ain't gonna fit. And I definitely can't wear your armor. So a little bit of a predicament there.
What if we're just both you? That would at least confuse people.
But he
How tall is
Yeah.
In theory, I could be anybody, though.
True.
So, like, I need to understand the plan here. You're going to be Zephyrin. You're going to be Kadaj.
That's what was proposed a second ago.
It would be
but like the
better
more I'm
if-
looking at it, it's like that would like
Be difficult.
yeah.
Kadaj has to turn
My
into
clothes will be
Zephyrin.
extremely baggy, and it'll look like Zephyrn's like in a poor man's cosplay of Kadaj.
We can find something to put you in, but you need to turn into Zephyrin. It'll be best if she wasn't wearing armor for it, because we could have Zephyrin turn into one of the people working for them and turn you in and say, I found the Triton. And
I
then
can't tell who we're trying to get naked, Dane or Serena. What's happening?
I don't think anyone's trying to get naked. I'm just saying that's
I
definitely
was
not what's
thinking
trying to happen.
clothes and not armor. Like
Yeah,
but
there's
the
a
thing-
difference.
The hat of
Typically-
disguise does change your outfit, it says, I believe.
yes, but
Yes,
it
but
doesn't-
Kadaj's
Hers does.
changeling doesn't.
Mine doesn't.
So, I mean,
So I will not have clothes that fit.
Hey, Eddie, you're a warlock. Did you take the Mask of Many Forms or whatever it was?
Of course I did not.
What level do you get disguise self? You get it as a Gloomstalker.
Let's see.
yeah.
I know this because I have a Gloomstalker I'm playing right now.
Gloomstalker.
Oh, look! Actually, I do have disguise self. Look at that.
Yeah,
Damn it.
you have it.
Yeah.
So you just have to do both, buddy.
Okay.
I mean, or I could just do the one.
You could just do disguise self.
Yeah.
Alternatively, Yeah,
What you do
Gloomstalker
is you use
changeling.
disguise self to change your clothes, but you use your changeling shifting to change your appearance, so you won't have like the extra foot of invisible person above you.
Double disguised.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Extra disguised. Okay. So I'm glad we have the semantics of how we're going to
Yeah.
Freaky Friday ourselves into saving the day.
Yeah. But I mean, disguise self only lasts for an hour, so
So your clothes can only be changed for an hour.
yeah. So I can only have clothes that fit for an hour at a time.
That's all we need.
We
Good.
can save the day
You
in
can
an
have
hour.
baggy clothes until then.
Good. It's not important.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, your clothes are just going to shrink up when you cast disguise self. That's okay. You could always change your clothes. You could get armor that fits from the dwarves that fits your disguised self. Big brain thinks. Armor that will be useless to
Thinking
you after
thoughts.
this.
Yeah. Well,
I
Zephyr
mean,
will
if-
just take it later.
There you go.
I mean, we could just all get armor like that, and then we just have like a new style, like it's our party fashion.
It's-
This
Like
our
a
Power Rangers
uniform?
outfit.
I mean, part
Yeah.
of this, I don't
It's
think I
our
really
Power
need to
Rangers
disguise
outfit.
myself as Zephyrin, really, right? Like, because she could just not be with us.
That's true. You could just be anybody.
You could be
Yeah.
any Triton,
Well,
I guess.
No, the okay,
Well, but we want to,
the
we want you
point
to
was
go in.
if we were captured or anything, they would take you instead of actual Zephyrin. And then that way I would be able to message you and be like, what's going on? And then
I was thinking Zephyrin disguises herself as one of the enemies, and she brings in Kadaj and says, I caught the Triton. We have the new house.
we have to find them.
And then they'll lead us
Or-
straight to the heart by taking Kadaj there. And if they make Kadaj touch it, Kadaj will be fine.
But if
Fine's a relative
I
term.
don't like this plan anymore.
Hey,
They'll
guys.
probably get there before Kadaj is made to touch it.
Where are you guys having this conversation?
Probably like,
In the house.
well, we already went in and talked to the curator, so we may or may not be walking.
Yeah, I just want to know what's happening.
Let's say we're
We're
walking
just
and
standing
talking.
in the middle of the Furbolg glade, loudly
Yeah,
talking about
we
our
we said
ridiculous
our
plans.
we said our goodbyes. We got our shit. We left.
Ryan is dead set on fast traveling everywhere.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I get there. You don't want
makes
a
for
random
better-
encounter?
It makes for better storytelling, Dylan.
Oh yeah, random encounters never happen in D&D. It's fine.
Never, ever.
Not one time.
Also, if there is a random encounter, level up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because we're counting experience points. So.
Yeah.
A Taras shows
I'm
up.
just thinking if they were to capture Zephyrin, it's you focus hard enough on whatever form you tell that she is still there. Something that could discovered.
Perhaps me going in near the heart is not a great idea,
Right.
even with
Right.
that.
You saying this small cloth hat won't protect you from demon magic?
Which is why I think if we were to have these raid bodies, per se, then if they were to capture fake Zephyrin, then real Zephyrin would be safe with them.
Jeff Wynn.
Right.
Flynn.
My
Just
concern
one
is
Jeff
that-
Wynn.
Just one Jeff Wynn. My concern is one, we don't really need to do that right now because we're not going back to Thalen's heart. Two, even if we do that right now, again, I'm either going to be walking around in extremely baggy clothes or I'll just be stark naked until we get to the doors and be like, "Can I has clothes, please?"
I
Why don't
mean,
you just be big Zephyrin?
Zephyr's gone through some things.
Just be a taller
You
Zephyrin.
could just be Zephyrin in your clothes.
Yes, they will just be very baggy because I am much smaller than Kadash.
how much smaller though?
That's-
How tall is
How tall is
Kadash?
Kadaj?
I is
We're all like,
5'7".
I'm 5 foot.
oh,
Big difference.
I small.
Elodius is 5'2". We're the
Be
third
small.
party.
well, I mean, you could be small and tall and still wear a meat shirt.
Yeah, but not tall. Just small.
Okay.
7 inches isn't that much. It's not gonna be that baggy. You're not wearing extremely
Yeah, that's what I'm
fitted
saying.
clothes.
It's not gonna be like you're walking around
Like it's not like a dress on you or anything like that.
you don't
It would
need
just
a
maybe
you don't
cuff
need a
the
belt.
pants.
Like
Maybe
I'm
just-
5'7", my wife is 5'3", and she steals my clothes all the time. So,
Yeah, that's a good point.
Just
So
roll up the
maybe-
sleeves, roll
Maybe
up the
the
pant
dwarves
leg.
will
Just
give
to
you
cuff my
+1
pants.
armor, and then magic armor just conforms to your size. So just get some +1 armor from the
we don't need to
dwarves.
explain it. It's magic.
True.
It-
Yeah.
At this
How'd you?
point,
s-
You can get a whole lot of that with 10 gold.
At this point, we're about 45 minutes towards our destination. Anyways, we're
We
almost
have
there.
a thigh sack full of gold. We're
I
fine.
have a bag
Right.
of indeterminate gold. Okay, like
Do you
that
wanna-
is what we established.
Indeterminate thigh gold.
I also have another sack of 44 gold. So
Oh,
It's
that's
like
good.
that. It's like that scene in How I Met Your Mother when it's just like, I have much gold, and he's just like, that is much. You know, that's how much gold you have.
I don't know what that.
Much.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever you guys want to do. I think it makes most sense. I'm also thinking that if the people that you had recognized before, they got questioned when they arrived in Earth. They
walked
told
in and
them
someone's
that
just
they
like, "Hey, you
saw-
seen a Triton?"
Yes, maybe they saw us walking over. Them.
While this is all happening, Zephyrin has lifted up the hat, put it back down, and now looks like Kadash.
Best superpower. So I just want to get like where everybody's coming from with this really quick. Kadaj, you are worried that you're going to turn into a Triton and thus be the
I just
bait.
don't see why it needs to happen right now.
I don't think you need to change right now. I
No,
think
you
y'all can-
definitely don't.
Right.
Zephyr's
so
happy
that's
to be
it.
a
Like,
twin.
yeah, like I'm just super not like he just doesn't see the point. Like the point that I keep, or the feeling that I keep getting is that we're trying to make this swap happen right now, and Kadash from that standpoint is like we super don't need to do that.
That was,
My point
Salazar's
my point of thinking is we go through this forest and we get out to the main road again, and they're looking for us on the main road, and we.
So why do we need me to be a Triton when Zephyrin could just not look like a Triton, and then we just don't have a Triton with us anymore?
Guys,
I guess I don't understand why it matters that you look like a Triton.
Zephyrin could just look like Zephyrin.
Because Tritons are about to be getting kidnapped to be brought back there.
Guys, Zephyrin can just be looking like Zephyrin, and then if someone tries to take her, she just makes herself look like Kadaj, and they're like, "Oh no, it's the changeling. We've been had." Except they haven't been had. Except now they have been had. We'll had the hat.
That I think he has something.
Okay, well, let us just go, and you guys can decide when you want to change yourselves into whatever forms.
No, Zephyrin looks like Kadash right now.
Great.
If anything happens to us along the way, well, we'll just remember this conversation.
Will we? I don't know what happened.
What's the egg on our faces?
We arrive at the cave with the dwarves.
No, not even close yet.
And I will have you know that Zephyrin doesn't. I mean, how many times has Zephyrin seen Kadaj's full face? He's usually wearing a mask, right?
I've eaten in front of
Oh,
you
yeah,
guys
you've
before,
eaten.
so
Okay,
like you've seen like what my real face or
I was gonna say
what
she has
the
no
rest
idea
of
what's
this looks
under
like.
there.
We'll
Yeah.
say that you, just to backtrack a bit, we'll say you probably ate some of the fruits of the labor of the furbolgs while you're in town. You guys,
good. We're
Furbolg
Yeah.
has good berries.
fully fed.
Yeah, it's my whole story arc, anyways. Is trying to get free food. So
you're like, I just got another free meal out of this. I don't know.
yeah,
That's basically one a day so far, excluding yesterday.
yeah, it's not the
Yeah.
worst.
So,
True.
all right. All right. So, you're like at like 1/4 of the way there. There's so much more that needs to be discussed before you. So
Is
you.
there?
Oh, so much. So you reach the forest's edge again. The way you were directed, is essentially that this is as far west as you can go. The first mouth of the cave leads down towards the ocean, so it's right up against the edge of the rocky cliffside that follows the entirety of the country. So as you get to the forest edge, you can kind of see the direction in which you have to go. The road is in front of you again. As you look left and right, you don't see anybody coming currently. It's only a couple minutes to cross it. So you currently feel safe that you won't be seen by anybody as you make your way into the other side of the forest across the road.
I cross it.
Oh, you idiot. All right, as you guys step
big
out,
hole opens up.
you get eaten. Okay. So, as you guys are making your way across this, it's basically roughly like 600 feet across, like 300 on either side of it, and like the small, like 10-foot road. As you are making your way, how are the five of you walking? Kind of single file? What are you doing?
Zephyrin is staring at Kadaj's movements and trying to mimic them, so she's probably behind him.
Yeah, probably more or less single file, I guess. Not bunched up too much.
Hilarious will be in the back to watch the hilarity of Zephyrin mimicking Kadaj. Let's just assume Rob and Salazar are in the front.
I
Sure.
think I would probably be up towards the front if Rob's up there with me.
Yeah.
Just getting mildly frustrated with Kadaj's reluctance to change his form. So I probably just stormed off in anger. Brooding.
It's a
Fish
good
man
plan. Just brooding about no one following your plan.
Zephyr's following the plan.
Okay.
Literally following the plan.
Yep.
Quite
Too
literally,
well.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, as you're walking, you make it past the halfway point, past the road, when an arrow is fired at your feet, and you stop in your tracks as you try to make out where it's coming from. Roll perception.
Nice. I rolled a 3. There's an arrow?
You're not even paying attention. You're like telling me.
Ah!
I got a 5.
Wow, we all rolled so good.
Say out loud.
There's our rogue.
My passive is 12.
That's a 23.
23.
Okay.
I don't know why it didn't show up anywhere though, but I rolled a
Yeah.
Yeah.
19.
Good job, Kadash.
I'm seeing like your rolls,
Yeah.
but I'm not seeing any of the added modifiers.
Yeah,
for
like
Blaze
it's not
rolls.
adding my mods, which is weird. Oh, there it is. It's on roll 20 now though.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
just looking at roll 20. So.
I thought we were just looking at D&D Beyond today for some reason, but okay.
I have them both open, but
Yeah.
Yeah, same. Mine's just not working otherwise, so.
I don't have Roll20 open because I didn't want to waste the bandwidth if we weren't using it. I misunderstood. Doesn't matter. It's
You're
on.
missing all of our great theater of the mind music.
Oh man, I don't have that on it. Even when I do have Roll20 on, I mute everything. So most of you just kind of go into like a panic and just kind of like dart your eyes around. Zephyrin, you cannot see anybody in particular, but based off of the trajectory, due to how focused you were on Kadaj, you could kind of see, because of like the trance you were in for trying to make sense of whatever was in front of you, you could see the area in which it came from. So not directly in front of you, but a bit to your left.
that way.
I look.
You cannot see anyone, but you are close enough to the forest edge again to assume that it's somebody within the trees.
Okay, can I've never done something like this before. Can I do some sort of like insight check or something to see if deliberate that they shot at our feet, or if they tried to shoot at us. And
Interesting. You can roll insight on the arrow to try and guess some kind of intention. Have you guys ceased movement since?
Yeah, I would say yeah.
Okay.
I rolled a 5,
Can I-
by the way,
can I-
so I don't know.
Can I
Yeah.
investigate the arrow to see its make?
Go for it. What is it you're trying to find out?
Maybe this is dwarven technology.
Yes. Okay.
3. This looks like dwarven technology to me. I've never met a dwarf in my life.
So you immediately assume the worst, both of you. So
I get my sword out.
yeah.
And
Yeah, me too.
I get my hammer out that currently looks like a bow, but definitely is still a hammer.
Just holding like
fun. You just got a bow with both hands. That's so sick.
So does Zephyrin like say
Like
so-
get hit by a truck.
does
Someone
Zephyrin
thinks.
say oh sorry, no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna make a dumb joke. Your thing is probably. I was gonna say. Imagine thinking you're getting hit with a stick, and then all of a sudden.
Oh, yeah.
No, I was just gonna say Zephyrin
Now, what is that? Oak? What is that made of?
oh my god.
No, it's hardwood.
Okay.
Oh, please, Eddie, say something.
Oh yeah, sorry. Okay. I was gonna say, did Zephyrin like say to like the general direction of the person in the
Yes,
trees?
she
Okay.
in fact
Pointed.
pointed.
Perfect.
She-
All right, I'm going to ready an Eldritch Blast, and I'm just gonna yell over that direction, and be like, coming out, or I'm just gonna blast you out.
So a few seconds pass before you notice any reaction, but you kind of see one of the trees kind of like rustle, and then nothing.
Pew pew.
Yeah, it's like I'm just yelling, last chance, get out now, show yourself.
Can I cast a fairy fire in that direction? Is it within 60 feet where we saw the rustle?
It is not. You, like I said, you'd pass a halfway point, so you're roughly like 120 feet away at this point.
Oh, okay.
Aha, good thing my range is exactly 120 feet.
Sorry, I meant 140.
Fuck.
But that might also be the range of the longbow. Or a short bow, I guess, right?
Either way, actually, I think I might have the thing that increases my range. The whatever it's called. You know the one. Agonizing Blast.
Yeah,
God
up to
damn it, it's not
300
that. No, that I used to have that one, but it's gone now.
It's Eldritch Spear that makes it super long range?
No, it's it's. I'm thinking of the repelling thing that repels them 10 feet. That's what I'm thinking of. I don't know why. I remember it's like completely different. Anyway, I start blasting.
Start blasting.
I'm gonna blast that general direction. If not hitting them, it's a warning shot. Should I roll a hit with disadvantage or something, or just like don't hit? Like
You're just aiming at the tree?
I'm aiming at where I assume they are.
Yeah. So, how do you want to roll that? So you are just roll the hit.
Sure. Do. Ah, yes. Okay, a 6.
Beautiful.
Perfect.
So, as you make the blast, it kind of skims the top of the tree, just enough to like trim like some of the leaves off as they gently float back to the ground. Are you guys still standing in the same spot?
Yeah, I'm gonna
I
say
think I would have moved by now.
Okay, so
I did walk
sorry.
up to the arrow to observe it and try and determine its make.
I'm just gonna yell. That was a warning shot. Okay.
okay, so at this point, sorry, I gotta roll some dice.
I move forward holding my shield up, and I will take dodge action as I move. So any attacks against me for the time being while deflecting with my shield will have disadvantage.
Okay. So, and again, it is now, I guess, Rob, Elodius, and Salazar who are at the front. Salazar being at the very front, pulling out his shield. Kadaj and Zephyrin, what is your stance currently before I say what I'm going to say?
I think Zephyr's probably still near Kadaz, just trying to like still mimic movements.
Yeah.
But with hammer bow.
Kadaj, you pull out your weapon and then you kind of do the same, like you're trying to hold it the way he holds it.
Yeah, but she needs 2 hands to hold it. So.
I probably will pull my bow out, but I'll probably like crouch a little bit, just trying to like get a view of if I can notice anything in the tree line.
All right, so 3 more arrows come out of the tree line from 3 different directions. They're all fired almost simultaneously. 2 hit the ground in front of you, and 1 pierces Elodius for 5 damage.
Thanks.
No. Hey, what if we came out and talked instead of shooting at people?
So at this point, roll initiative.
All right.
I'm going to treat the enemies as 1 initiative roll.
I rolled a 4.
Hell yeah, you did.
15.
I
I'm
got
going
20.
next.
All right.
That
14.
checks out for a rogue.
Sorry, 14 was... All right. Ryan?
10.
10? Kyle?
I got a 15.
Oh,
Okay.
that was embarrassing.
And, man, Eddie, what happened? Like, every session ever. Like, even ones that aren't this, like, the 2 times we played D&D that weren't MLC, this happens to you.
I roll like a dick.
Why?
I don't know. God hates me, or I'm the most unlucky person on the planet. One of those 2 things, or both.
Yeah, it's bad, buddy. So, just really quick, I want to let you know it's going to go Zephyrin, followed by Elodius, followed by Dane, the enemies, followed by Ryan, and then Eddie. So you're currently about 120 feet away. They're somewhere within the tree line in front of you. And Elodius, what do you do? No, sorry, Serena. Zephyrin, what do you do?
Question. How far away are they?
120 feet. Sorry, you're 120 feet from the edge of the forest, from where the trees start.
I'm trying to see what my spell range is for everything. Oh, that's not what I meant to click, but anyways. I am actually, you know what? Hell, to heck with it. I'm gonna cast Fog Cloud around us to make us harder to see.
Ooh, good idea.
Ooh, that's a good one. I really like that. Okay,
What is the range of that?
It's a 120-foot range, but it's a 20-foot radius. 20-foot sphere. Not a spear.
That's
It's a
what I was-
sphere.
that's what
so due to how you guys are standing, Zephyrin with you being in the back with Kadaj, so it's 3 and then the 2 of you, all of you will be shrouded as though you're within, realistically, 15 feet of each other. Like 15 feet is the widest stance you guys are.
So what does that do for us, though, Zephyrin?
So the sphere spreads around corners and is areas heavily obscured. It lasts for the duration or until a wind of moderate or greater speed, at least 10 miles per hour, disperses it. So it requires concentration, though.
How tall is this? Like
The sphere, so it goes up probably 20 feet.
20.
okay,
20.
gotcha.
Or actually, it would go up 10, right? And technically down 10.
Yeah, down 10, up 10.
But
That's how it works, yeah.
Oh, it's 20-foot radius, so it'd be 20 feet up, 20 feet down.
And
so essentially, I believe that the enemies would just have disadvantage shooting into the fog.
We'd also have disadvantage shooting out. 'Cause
Yes.
We can't see.
Because
Yep.
you can't see out either. But we are less likely to be hit by arrows.
can you move it? Or are we just kind of
Centered
sitting
on
here
a
waiting
point
to get
within
shot?
range.
So it would be. Yeah, so I don't
think
think you
it's-
can move it because it
No, I
requires
think it's
concentration. It's
stationary.
literally you have to remain stationary as well, don't you?
No.
No, I can move with concentration. Just if I get hit, I have to make
Oh,
a
yeah,
saving
yeah.
throw for it.
You're
But
right.
I think it's just it doesn't say anything about being able to move it. It's just I create it. It's centered on a point, so it doesn't say necessarily on myself. That's up to your discretion, I guess, Dylan. How you
No,
want to play it.
I definitely think that it should stay stationary. But with that knowledge, now, since we're kind of like reverse engineering, like not reverse engineering that, but like, does that change where you want to place the sphere?
Yeah, I would, in theory, want to place it so that like it's kind of in the center of us, so that it kind of goes out a little bit further.
So like
but
at the 60-foot, because it has a 120-foot range. You want to put it at the 60-foot mark?
Well, like in between all of us, because we're kind of like spread out a little bit. So like the point, because it's only 20-foot radius, so like in between us. But Zephyrin will let people know that this fog doesn't move, so go in and out if you have to do an attack.
Okay.
So that you can see and then come back and hide.
And
I
just
can't reach the forest line from within this.
yeah, me neither. Mechanically, we are all blind. Automatically fail any ability check that right? So we literally can't do anything. We attack from in here. We're gonna have to. I want to.
Yeah.
While in here, does it count if do we count as like heavily obscured
Yeah.
or like
Yeah,
thin covers or half cover
heavily
or whatever?
obscured. That's what I was checking was the wording of heavily obscured. Darkness, opaque fog, dense foliage blocks vision entirely. That's when we suffer from the kind of condition thing that attacks that had disadvantage.
Okay, cool. And that's where you're gonna place it? With that knowledge, do you want to place it in front of you guys, or do you want to be within it?
I guess we could put it in between us, but. So you said they came from 3 different directions, right? The other 3 arrows?
3 different. They came from 3 different points, so they are still quite close together.
Oh, okay.
It's not like they're like hundreds of feet apart. So
Just enough to tell it's from like distinctly 3 different things.
yes.
What it?
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
don't know that putting it between us is going to be much more help than where it is, though. Maybe
Totally.
a bit. Yeah.
I'm not trying to like railroad it. I'm just wondering with the new knowledge
Yeah.
if that changes your.
I don't want to give you any ideas.
Yeah.
Whatever you think is best.
Yeah, just know that we all have our own preferences, and we're going to judge you harshly.
Well,
Yeah.
thanks, guys.
We're all
I support
different,
you, but
so
I'm
you'll
also
be wrong
judging
no
you.
matter what.
Yeah.
So basically, if I put it in front of us, there would just be like a giant fog cloud in front of us. They wouldn't be able to see through it unless they went like around a corner, and we wouldn't be able to see through it unless we went like around a corner, essentially.
Or through it.
Or through it.
Or through it. Yeah. Okay, actually, yeah, I think Zephyrin would put it kind of in between like that 60-foot range you were talking about.
Yeah.
Basically where they are, just to kind of obscure the enemy's view from us and have kind of like a hiding point kind of in between if we need it.
Okay. So then it sits dead center, 60 feet in front of you guys, 60 feet before the trees. And that is the end of your actions.
Yes. It's been a while. I can't even remember what she can do. Yeah, that's the end of it for now.
All right, Elodius, you're up.
Okay. I will run 70 feet forward directly into the fog cloud.
So if it's 20 feet, so you'd be just at the end of the fog at that point if it's within 20 feet. Wait, how
What's
does math work? It's 60 feet in front of you,
Yeah.
and it's
It's
20 feet.
20-foot radius, so it's 40 foot, like, diameter.
Okay, you're better at math than I am. So where does that put you?
Okay, if it was 60 feet away, if 60 feet away is the center, then I will be 10 feet into it.
Okay, cool.
So I'll be 10 feet past the center and 50 feet away from the forest.
Okay,
But still have 10 feet of fog in front of me.
okay, cool. All right, so you are currently blinded.
Yes.
All right, so that brings us to Dane. What does Kadaj do?
Oh, that's a good question. So I'm gonna use my action to dash, and being first round in combat, my movement is 40 feet. So I want to use. So I can get to the fog cloud, but I don't want to go into it. But I just want to try to like perimeter around the right side of it.
Okay, so you want to run 60 feet, I guess 50 feet towards the cloud. 60 feet towards the cloud?
40 feet to... No. Its center point is 60 feet, then it would be 40 feet to the cloud.
Right.
From where we are.
And then, what's your total movement? Was 80?
80, yeah.
And then 40 feet to the right, so you'd just be at the edge of it.
I want to like hug the perimeter of it a little
Kyle,
bit.
how does that math check out?
Sorry, what was the most reading a spell? What was the numbers you were saying?
He has 80 feet of movement. He wants to go to the far right corner of the fog.
Corner of the sphere.
Yeah.
I mean, sounds fine to me. Like, it was 60 feet away, so it'd be 80 feet total. I mean...
Yeah, so he's right at the edge with that 80 feet.
It's probably also not like a perfect dome either, so we could.
It's fog. It's like woo. So yeah, you're just at the edge of it.
Cool. So yeah, that's my action. So.
All right. So, essentially, there's just another hail of arrows that comes out of the out from the tree line towards the fog, kind of indiscriminate at this point as they can't quite see anything. So what I'm going to do is the closest people there right now are Elodius and Kadaj, and that's it, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so 3 more arrows are being fired at disadvantage, so hold please. I roll 6 times. All right, and then how am I going to do? Because they're firing indiscriminately, I'm essentially going to flip a digital coin to see which one of you that it hits. Fair?
Yeah.
Up to you, DM.
I don't want to piss anyone off.
I think
So-
we should all hit Kadaj personally.
All right, Elodius, heads or tails?
Tails.
Tails. All right. Jesus, flip, you bastard.
Just flip a real coin.
I don't have a coin. It's 2021. I don't carry physical currency. A card. Boop. Spend all my money that way. All right.
Card.
It's
Or
not as
bird into the air.
dynamic. 1d8 plus. Okay, so. Oh wow. You take 8 damage, Kadaj.
Yeah.
It pierces
With
your.
it shooting at me with disadvantage. Damn.
Yes. That being said, that is the end of their turn, bringing it to Salazar's turn. Ryan, what does Salazar do?
I want to do exactly what Elodius did. Just dash right into the.
Into the thick of it? Okay, what's your total speed? 60?
60, yeah,
Okay, so you...
right in the middle.
Cool. And that's it. And then, Eddie, what does Rob do?
Same thing. Dash into the thick of it.
Okay. So 60 feet as well?
Yep.
Okay, so you're right at the kind of starting point of it. Elodius, you're halfway through. Kadaj, you're at the end, and Zephyrin, you.
I didn't move.
You're,
Yeah, I stayed there.
You're staying back. Okay, cool. Well, Zephyrin, we're back to you.
Okay, I think now Zephyrin will in fact move forward into the fog as well, because I totally forgot that movement was a thing in my last turn. So she'll probably dash into the fog as well. So 60 feet
Okay.
into the middle there.
All right, and then we bring us back to Elodius. You're in the sweet spot. There's 10 feet left in this fog there, and you are.
I am going to step out. To the places the arrows came from, like, I know the general area of that, right?
Roughly, yes.
And they're sort of within like a 20-foot radius of each other.
They're within 30 each of them.
Like a total of 30? So
Yes.
a 20-foot radius would be 40 feet, would be...
You're better at math than I am. Yeah. So basically, assume you're presumed, as you don't know their exact location, you presume they're within 10 feet of each other, judging by the trajectory of the arrows.
I'm gonna cast Sleep as a second level spell, trying to target on like where the central arrow came from.
The center one? Okay.
Oh, I was hoping that would roll the dice and not just post the spell description.
I gotta pull D&D Beyond back up on my laptop because I don't feel like leaning forward.
Alright, let me just set up 78.
78.
That was a very bad roll for 78. Alright, so 32 hit points worth the enemies can fall asleep. I hope they have less than 32 health each.
All right. There's nothing you can really tell from this point, as you can't quite see the enemy.
I'm gonna say I sure hope that worked, and take a few steps back into the fog.
All right.
Just stab it, and then back away.
All right, so that brings us to Kadaj.
Okay. So, how far away from the trees am I currently?
Still, you're at the halfway point, so you're at 60 feet away from the tree still.
Okay.
But Pythagoras puts you a little bit further away from where the arrows were.
All right.
That triangle god, how dare
We
he
established
interrupt?
his name is Pythagoron.
Oh, right. Canonically, he's different.
Right. All right. Yeah. So I want to use my action to dash again, just so I can get into the trees.
Okay.
Just run 60 feet straight. And yeah, just do my best to try to like put a tree between me and what I don't know, at least from this point, where the arrows are coming from, until I can better assess, like next turn, what's going on.
Okay, so essentially you just make a mad dash for the first tree within the forest's edge, and just kind of like put your like body to that in hopes that whatever is firing at you is on the other side of it.
Yeah.
Okay. And that brings us to their turn. You don't see any more arrows come out towards the fog, but Kadaj, you hear the sound of two arrows connecting with the tree that you are now hiding behind.
Hey.
And that is the end of their turn, bringing us back to Salazar.
Only heard 2 arrows though.
Someone fell asleep in a tree. Hasn't fallen yet.
I keep booking it forward. I'll probably bump into Elodius on my way through, but I just keep going straight, dash right.
You just mow him down
into the woods.
We'll assume that you just shoulder check him on the way.
Yeah, like as he's like backing up, I kind of like
brick wall. Okay.
As he's like backing back up into the cloud, I'm probably just seeing him as I rush out of it. I'm like, whoop! And I sidestep and just keep going
All right.
directly into the trees, and then try to kind of like duckish, like the bushes.
It wasn't the bushes you saw shake. It was like the leaves in the tree shake.
Oh, they're up in the trees.
That is what you presumed, yes.
Not dwarves. Dwarves can't climb. We all know that.
Yeah, that's
that's specious.
White dwarf can't climb. That's a story in this. That is that the end of your turn? Are you speaking words?
I look around. I look. Do I see
You see.
anything?
You do. So, what do you mean you look around? Give me a
I wanna
direction.
find who's shooting me, dog.
Okay, man, you gotta be specific.
Gotta use words, bud.
You're
Do I
also
see-
hiding.
I'm
You said
looking
you-
for our victims.
You you said I'm hiding, and now you're like I'm looking. So like, just tell me what you're doing.
I want to like run up there and then I can't hide. I like, actively can't hide. I use my action to dash, but I still want to get up there and like look up into the trees and see if I see.
So as you glance up into the trees, what's your passive perception?
Well,
12. You can see a boot, kind of like standing on a tree branch.
how big is the boot?
It's a size 8.
Oh, foot.
Size
Men's
8 is
or
a
women's?
men's US.
Okay.
So it is a
Standard
very,
or
very small
wide?
foot. It is a child.
It's not that small. My feet are size 7 and
I
a
have a
half.
13 shoe.
Man,
You have giant's feet.
Yeah,
I got
that's-
11 and a half over here. So
Yeah, I think
mean,
Andrew's like an 11 or something like that.
sorry you guys got such big dicks. I don't know what to tell you. That's not that small.
You wear. Hang on, wait. Let's back up a second. You wear a
7 and a half. I
Do we have the same size feet, Dylan?
Bro,
I
can
wear
we share-
9 women's.
I think we could share shoes, homie.
Could share shoes.
You like Vans?
No.
Well, there we go.
Is
That's
it?
all I
You like
got.
high
Okay.
heels?
Hang on. This is
I
important.
do.
Is
I'll
it-
be
this
so
is-
tall.
This is important. Is it 7.5 Canadian?
What does that mean?
We have the
So
same
we
shoe
use
sizes,
US
bro.
sizes.
Yeah. No, dude, my feet
Very
are.
tiny feet.
Shut up.
That's
It's
so
7.5
cute.
Canadian.
Sorry,
Can you
everyone.
imagine if it was 7.5
Hold, do
centimeters?
you want
like-
to? I don't know if you could like really tell.
You
Oh,
do have
those are
tiny
the-
feet.
very itty
bitty.
Oh.
You think
Right.
that's small? You should.
This is
hey.
the rest of our session.
No one else in our family has small feet. It's
It's
just
just me.
him.
Yeah. My hair's doing something. I'm like, okay.
All right, I see a size 8, which is average size.
It's a totally respectable size.
Completely normal foot size.
Just learning now that that's weird. I don't know.
Well, okay, so
Also-
the way that Dylan's getting defensive also means that this is a man.
a cis het man, to be specific, in case you were curious. In case it wasn't obvious by his crumbling manhood. So,
The arrows just sound
We respect
sad
those
now.
of all races.
that's why they shot first and are asking questions like. So, anyways, you see a totally respectable shoe standing on a tree branch.
What kind of shoe is it?
Van. It's just a boot, like a leather boot. It's a deep brown, scuffed, looks well worn.
Is it okay? Is it like
Taller
a
than this long.
2007 Vans? Like, is it checker pattern?
There's two.
Can we tell they're
God
into
damn
ska?
it.
Into ska? No, they're definitely more into folk punk. They're you're assuming the rest of his outfit is quite cottagecore.
Oh, okay.
So.
So I say under my breath, "Oh, I thought that was Dylan for a moment."
Which is, I guess, a canonical character considering the artwork I have for the DM. So.
Oh no,
anyways.
Dylan's the Dylan's the
I'm the
bad.
big bad. The whole time it was me. I'm gonna write that down really quick.
All right. Anyway, let's move along.
Whose turn is
It's
it?
almost
Actually,
9.
mine after Ryan's.
Yeah, it's Eddie waiting patiently.
So I'm gonna go out of the fog. Actually, do I have to dash to get out of the fog, or am I just able to just walk, like get out normally?
You could walk out.
Okay. And I'm gonna yell at the Salazar. I was like, "Do you see them?
I s-
Don't,
Don't
please,
you fucking do it.
don't." God damn it!
I see a relatively small foot.
Where?
How would
Above me.
Salazar even know what a normal size?
I blast that direction into the tree where that foot is.
I'm not sure I like that interaction, so
You
roll, with
miss.
roll with disadvantage.
Fair enough.
I used the help action.
Hey, you made yourself known as you're trying to attack. Which one should I shoot at? Oh, there's one right here.
Where
this
is it?
guy.
Oh, it's above me.
Yeah. So he's just shifting.
So 15, not terrible.
With disadvantage?
Yep, it was 16 then 15.
Okay.
It's pretty good.
That's not bad.
I killed him.
Has his AC reduced, like his self-esteem?
Shut your mouth. All right, you hit him.
Well, actually, no. That is a good point. The AC thing is a good point. How much cover does he have? Because that would add AC.
He
Unless
already
tree
rolled at
branch.
disadvantage.
Unless
Yeah.
tree branches don't actually provide much,
It
physical
doesn't-
defense.
Rolling damage.
Yeah, because does it count as partially covered even if you can't see him? Just because it's literally like leaves.
That would essentially be obscured, which would be.
Yeah, no,
It's
there's
at least half, I think.
there's different ones. Like the one would give you disadvantage, and then the other one would add AC. So it's just it's gonna come down to like how obscured he is, how hard he is.
Just looking into it, I'm just seeing what the what would be the best move here.
I believe the AC for cover requires something like actually physically able to stop things from hitting you. Because if you're behind something that will be passed right through, it's not cover, but it does obscure you and make you harder to hit. Like, presumably, he can blow through leaves no problem, and it's not going to be a single leaf just stopping his Eldritch Blast flat, and like one leaf gets
One
incinerated.
super
Then
leaf.
we must keep that leaf
Yeah.
forever. It is very
Well, no,
magical.
That leaf would have been incinerated, just that one. And he has to do enough Eldritch Blasts to get rid of every single leaf.
So it says in a lightly obscured area, such as moderate foliage, creatures have disadvantage on wisdom checks that rely on sight. So I'm not sure if that's exactly
Alright.
what we're looking for.
I have it pulled up here. I'll wait. You already said it. You already said it hit. And then when we're done,
Yeah.
we'll keep doing the disadvantage thing. But it's half cover is AC, 3/4 is AC, and then total cover you can't hit them.
Okay.
Even with a +2, you hit. So it's
See,
fine.
I'm just so cool. I blast through his bullshit. Anyway, that's 7 damage.
7 damage? Okay.
And that should be it for me.
Okay. Which then brings us back to Zephyrin.
Zephyrin. Okay, Zephyrin's gonna step out of her fog cloud. She would have heard Salazar yell right above me. So she is going to cast Shatter.
Okay.
That's a 10-foot radius in a point of her choosing within 60 feet. So she is going to pick somewhere close to where Salazar sort of mentioned and try not to get Salazar in the 10-foot radius.
All right.
And for Shatter, anybody within that area has to make a Constitution saving throw. And what is the con? Oh, it's 12. It's the DC.
19.
So they take half damage,
All right.
which would be half of 15, so 7. You round down or up? I don't
Round
remember.
down.
Down.
7.
For a total of 14 damage. In total. Not to the same guy. All right.
I believe the tree takes the damage too, right?
Yeah. Inanimate objects take damage too, I think. Each creature with 10-foot radius centered on that point must make a Constitution saving throw. A thunder damage or field save, whatever, blah blah blah. A creature made of inorganic materials such as stone, crystal, or metal has disadvantage. Oh, okay. Non-magical object that isn't being worn or carried also take the damage if it's in the spell's area. So
the tree takes damage.
the tree takes damage. Any trees
So-
within that 10-foot radius.
How
so
much health
20
those
feet.
trees got?
Yeah. Explain to me how this attack works. Like, paint me a word picture of what happens as the energy leaves you.
So the energy leaves Zephyrin in kind of like sparks, but in the area, a big spark kind of centered, and then you just see this shockwave because it's thunder damage, which would be ears.
Concussive thing.
Yeah.
You don't really necessarily see the electricity spatter out, but you see this like wave that just like moves thick dirt and bark and stuff off of trees and leaves and stuff. So it probably just like makes the area bare almost.
Okay. So yeah, the 10-foot radius of this tree and like the two neighboring it, just kind of like, you don't see the ability, but you see this like poof of like leaves and sticks kind of like erupt from the tree as you can now see this like body of this human-esque figure fall to the ground.
And then I'd like to step back into the fog.
Okay. So you killed the tree. It is now like without leaves and foliage, and the body or the person that was in it has fallen out of the tree.
What type of tree is it?
So they're all like quite rich with like the same kind of like golden and autumn leaves. Like I was saying, like the Amber Isles was given its name for this almost like sense of like permanent autumn. So they essentially just look like a bunch of glorified like maple trees within like November.
Right.
But all of their leaves are on. They're not all over the ground, except now that you've blown up the tree.
Yes, they kind of stay like healthy and happy and lush with like fruits and all that year round, even with this like kind of.
Is the
like,
grass that color?
No, just the trees. All right, that brings us to Elodius.
Okay. I will step out, see this poor man lying on the ground, having being beaten every which way, and
Sorry, where are you currently in?
I had stepped back into the fog, so I'm stepping back out.
Okay.
Stepping back out of the fog. And this man who has been through so much right now, after him falling, I'm going to go, "Ha! It appears you have all the grace of a cat who's lost all his legs." And that is my vicious mockery.
That you cast on.
That I cast on the guy who fell out of the tree.
Is he
Okay.
dead? Is he alive?
I mean, medic. He's dead, but
Oh,
like
he's dead. I thought he
you
was
don't know
still-
that though. I guess like realistically, without medicating, you could.
I assumed he was still alive. Like,
No.
we didn't say he was dead. We just said he fell out of the tree.
Nobody could really see him. Like you guys don't know if he's dead or not, so you could definitely attack a dead body. That's
He's super dead then.
yeah. You can kick him while he's down. I will.
I
let
deal
you...
psychic damage to the dead man.
Yeah.
I don't think you can deal psychic damage to the dead.
No. You can attack a different target if you like.
I don't know where any other targets are, so I guess I'll try and look around to identify any other targets.
All right.
Perception check with disadvantage, or
So rounds of combat are 6 seconds. They were firing out towards you, so you could presumably see them like posted up. Yeah, with disadvantage.
well, let's see if the other one is worse than 8. Oh, it's far better. All right, so 8.
All right. So you can't see anybody, but you still kind of grab the general knowledge of where people might be.
Okay,
So.
Okay, well, general knowledge. I'll cast Fairy Fire in the general area. 20-foot radius, range 60 foot. Each object in a 20-foot cube within range is outlined in blue, green, or violet light. Let's call it green.
Green light?
In the area when the spell is cast is also outlined if they fail a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. So explain. Sorry, one more time. What are you doing?
I'm casting Fairy Fire. They need to make a dexterity saving throw DC 13, or they'll be outlined in light.
Okay. So you see 2 images of a green light like outline within the woods. One in a tree and one below it.
Okay. And any attacks rolled against them will have advantage. And they can't turn invisible. They won't be able to benefit from invisibility.
Okay.
Just, a line of light.
And
And then I step back into the fog.
all right. What does Kadaj do?
Kadash probably pokes around the tree and then trying to see if I can get line of sight on anything that's going on in the forest.
So Kadaj would notice the green outlines as well, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
There.
Oh, yeah, Fairy Fire. Never mind. Jesus. That was the very first spell I think that was ever cast in this campaign. Was Fairy Fire on Aura.
I cast it on the Peeper.
The Peeper.
When we were on
Man.
Perv Patrol.
We've come such a way. Yeah. So you, ow, fucking elbow. You peer around the corner, and the first thing you notice is those two green outlines. One in the tree, and one below it. The person below the tree, like on the ground, is posted up against it with his hand on the hilt of his sword as he is behind Salazar.
Okay.
So not asleep then.
No.
not asleep. Okay, so I want to. Can I cast Hunter's Mark on the one that's still in the tree?
Yeah, I think. I don't see why you couldn't. Let me check.
As long as I can see him, I should be able to.
Yeah, because the one with Fairy Fire on him, yeah, I guess you can see him realistically. You know where he is.
So yeah, so I'm going to do that, and then I want to shoot my bow at him.
Okay.
So that's a dirty 20 to hit.
Okay, that hits.
And then that rolled damage for me, so that's 4 plus Hunter's Mark, which is a D6?
Yes.
10?
So you do get advantage to hit. Not that. Do you want to see if you get a crit with that? Do you want to try it again?
That was with advantage. I rolled a dirty 20 and a 16.
Okay.
Oh.
1 for Hunter's Mark, so it's 5 total
Wow.
damage.
5 total damage.
Right.
Okay.
Hey, hang on a second. We killed someone with 14 damage, but my 32 hit points of putting people to sleep didn't put anyone to sleep?
I didn't say that.
What? But I thought they were both awake. Like, I thought from the outlines we could tell they were both awake.
Yes.
We may have accidentally killed the one that went to sleep.
Oh, I guess.
You're under the presumption that there's only 3 people.
Also that.
Yes, that's true.
So
After I do that, I pop back behind the tree that I was hiding behind.
All right. So there's a few things here. The bad guys. The first one, there's one behind you, Ryan. He's lit up with Fairy Fire. He's posted behind a tree. You did not see him. He is not armed with a bow. He only has a sword on him, and he lunges out to attack you. 17.
Hey, that just hits, okay?
Hooray. All right. Sorry, one second. What is happening here? Okay, so pulls out his blade and swings at you for a whopping total of, I'm on the wrong page, 6 damage.
Got it.
And then the archer turns towards Dane to try and fire his arrows back in that same direction. Ryan and Kadaj, you notice 2 more people moving outwards from further back into the forest towards where you guys are now.
What race is the person that just...
The person that hit you is human. And so you see a total of 4 enemies currently. One with a bow in the tree that is outlined by Fairy Fire. The one outlined by Fairy Fire currently attacking Salazar, and 2 more people coming from further within the forest.
do they look like people we have seen? Villager, townspeople, Villain's Hearth? Or is this like their clothing we can't really tell?
So, one of them is wearing the markings from the church within Thalen's Hearth.
Oh, weird. Almost like they were waiting for us, huh, guys?
Crazy. So, with that being said, it is now your turn, Salazar.
I've had enough of these people. I kill him. Kill him with.
Okay, cool. That's it. Your turn's done. Eddie, what do you roll?
I have advantage on him, right?
Yes.
Ain't gonna happen.
11. Unfortunately, he was able to back away. Is that it for your actions?
No, I action surge and I try again.
Okay. You got it, buddy.
16.
16 hits.
Four damage.
4 damage? Okay. All right. Eddie, your turn.
And I want to say, what is it that you want with us?
They don't really reply. They just kind of continue like battle ready.
I'll get closer to the guy. Am I able to get close enough to the guy that Sal is fighting to hit him, or am I short of that?
Where are you currently? You're still within the fog?
No, I went out of the fog before. I was 30 feet at most away from the fog.
Okay, so you would be 30 feet from Salazar at this point.
Got it. Then yeah, I will go. 30 feet. I'm gonna.
I'll watch this back and find out if you're lying to me. If you are, it'll be great punishment.
Oh, okay. I'm going to smacky smack the guy that Sal's fighting in the back.
Fortunately, you can't do that. Zephyrin is our dedicated smacky bitch.
Oh, dang it.
Yeah, you can slash, slap,
Dab.
jab, grab, pound, punch, kick,
Actually,
bite.
You know, dude,
Punching is pretty
actually,
good.
I'll use green flame blade.
Yeah,
because
anything but smash, really. Smacky.
Yeah.
Sorry, you're
Smack.
smacky.
No smack.
I'm going to use the green flame blade, and it's I make a melee attack with it against one creature. Within 5 feet of you, on hit, the target suffers the weapon's attack normal effects. You can cause green fire to leap from the target to a different creature of your choice. That's within 5 feet. Oh, it's kind of pointless then.
Okay.
I'm still gonna do it because it's cool.
And it's green. It fits the theme.
Mhm.
Yeah, green flame sprouts with the blade, and you slap his slack strikes. Whatever. Fuck it. I'm rolling. There we go. Yes, 11. Unless I do I get advantage. or not?
You get advantage because of fairy fire.
Oh, thank Christ. 18.
18 hits.
Yeah. Let's see. This is this one. Wait, what the hell? Why did two? Weird. Okay. 6. Okay. Weird. 6 damage.
6 total damage. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I
And,
see why I rolled 2. Okay.
and now Zephyrin, you are in the midst of the fog still, correct?
Correct, yeah. How far away are they from the fog itself? From the edge of the fog?
They're within 60 feet of it.
Yeah, okay. Are they further than 30 feet from the edge of the fog?
The edge of the fog is, I believe, 40 feet from the...
Okay, so they haven't moved anywhere closer to the fog at all.
No, they're still within the forest edge.
Okay, and the people that have been fairy fired, have both of them taken damage or just one?
Both have taken damage.
Okay. Zephyrin's going to move 20 feet outside of the fog, and she is going to cast Toll the Dead on the one attacking Salazar. It is a wisdom saving throw on their point of a DC of 12.
DC 12. Nat 1.
Sick.
Nice.
As she does so, she's gonna make it look like she's using the bow.
She's still very in character.
She's so in character. Hang on, I'm just rolling damage here. 8, I think. Hang on. I hate this little rolly thing. Yeah, so 8 damage, necrotic damage.
8 necrotic damage. Okay, so how does this effect work? You definitely kill him. Paint me a word picture.
Oh, sweet. So Zephyrin kind of does the hand movement she needs to cast the spell, but she does them in such a way that it looks like she's like fake pulling a string on the bow. And as she does so, this bell rings out by this guy's head, and it also, I guess, causes ear damage, just like her shatter spell. But it's necrotic and not thunder.
Is this at all somehow reminiscent of the fact that you're married to a metal musician?
I have to listen to loud noises all the time now. They do too.
It's all thunder and necrotic. That's perfect for metal.
It is.
Yeah.
It really is. It's great.
Yeah.
Unintentional, but I like it.
Yeah, it's just you projecting.
Yeah.
All right. So he dies. You've deafened 2 people to death. Deafened, if you will.
I've deafened them. Oh, God.
Yeah. And that being said, if that's the end of your turn, we can move on to Elodius.
Yes.
Oops, I accidentally clicked the wrong thing there.
Just turns over. So, Dane.
Random. Well, I mean, we could keep that roll, because I was going to use Vicious Mockery, but I was trying to click into it to read its description. I was going to step out and yell at the guy in the tree. I was like, hey, you're a coward! Hiding in a tree! Tree coward!
Hey, shut up! All right, sir, what did you roll?
Oh no, he needs to make a saving throw.
Oh, yes, that's true.
Saving throw DC 13.
Yeah. Plus 11.
He takes 3 points of psychic damage.
Hey, you dick!
He has
Shut
disadvantages on the next attack roll he makes.
Hey, shut the fuck up!
And then as I back into the fog again,
Perfectly fine.
You're an adequate size.
Rabute, you just hear the words echo in your head. I believe in you. You have a bardic inspiration.
Thanks.
All right. Sorry, you had 3 damage. You said.
3 damage.
Okay. Kadaj, it is your turn again.
Hey, so yeah, I'm gonna pop out and take another shot at the glowing boy in the tree with the normal size feet.
Okay. Really quickly, not changing where you're at all. The 2 people that were emerging from the woods are within 10 feet of you and Salazar as well.
Cool.
So they know exactly where you are from all the combat action going on, and they are moving in on your locations individually. Where were we? You're attacking Glow Boy with the perfectly adequate size feet.
Yep.
Okay.
It's a 24 to hit.
Oh, doesn't hit.
Oh, weird.
Weird, because a 14 hit before. Yeah, no, it hits.
Tight. So that's 8 plus. It's a total of 12 damage.
12 damage. He falls headfirst, followed by his size 8 feet plummeting to the ground as his dead body lays there, just filled with arrows and mockery.
And he is dead. Dead.
Yes.
No more.
Cease to be.
Leave this plane before I insult you further.
I'm gonna bonus action move Hunter's Mark to one of the other people that's running towards us.
There's 2, so you are Salazar.
Probably the one that's running towards me.
It sounds like Kadaj, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm gonna use 30 feet of movement to kind of run backwards, like diagonally a little bit, like out of the trees, just to kind of like distance myself, but still kind of see the dudes that are running towards us, kind of. Does that make sense?
Okay, so what would be they were 10 feet away from you, one was 10 feet away from you, what's the distance between the 2 of you now?
40.
40? Okay, oh, so mad
Yeah.
sprint. Okay, I thought you were doing partial movement. Okay, you're good.
No, I'm using my full 30.
I mean, if he could move 30 feet, then I will put myself 31 feet away from.
I get it now. Okay. So it's their turn. Salazar, first and foremost. The other lunges at you with his short sword as well. Yes, he does miss 7. As the other goes to exactly where you were standing before, Kadaj. Trying not to leave the guys of the forest.
Idiot.
I'm
not there anymore.
He just doesn't want to leave the forest because that's where all the exploding is coming from, is outside of it. So it would be Salazar's turn next. You are engaged in combat with one of these gentlemen.
Hey, in my...
Oh, good.
And he doesn't have Fairy Fire anymore, right?
No, the Fairy Fire one's dead.
They're dead.
21.
21. Cool.
7 damage.
7 damage. Ooh, he definitely looks quite hurt, but he's still standing. Bringing us to Robute's turn.
Oh.
Hello.
I'm going to use my bonus action to Hexblade's Curse on the one that Salazar isn't fighting.
So the one with Hunter's Mark.
Yep. And then, so... 2 damage.
What's the...
Plus 2 bonus 2 damage rolls. And okay, got it. Cool. And then Bardic Inspiration, I can put it on the damage, or can I put it on the
attack roll?
Okay,
Not the
so
damage roll.
got it. It's D6, right?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna Eldritch Blast them. Why not?
What? Sure.
Yeah, just good. I'm gonna stop blasting.
So he's behind a tree, so he has partial cover.
Okay. And then it's a D6.
He's just peering out,
or is,
kind of like in line with Kadaj.
What was the Bardic Inspiration?
Inspiration is a D6.
It is good. I should roll that. So far it's 14 plus. Oh yes, a 1. 15 to hit.
15 hits.
Ah.
But hold on.
Oh.
Actually, I don't think it does with the rule of partial cover with the +2 AC. No, 15 hits. Never mind, you're right. Go for it. 15 hits.
Plus 2 to the damage. It's going to be... Okay. 6 damage. I rolled a goddamn 1.
Hooray!
You did it.
I did it. I rolled like a god. Alright, I'm done.
You're doing your best, champion. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Back to Zephyrin. There are 2 partially wounded people left as far as you can tell, one of which with Hunter's Mark on it. Not necessarily standing behind a tree, but is still staying within, like I said, the guys of the forest, standing where Kadaj was, trying to maintain some line of sight with him. So part of his body is behind a tree, whereas the other one is engaged in combat with Salazar currently, just still further into the forest at this point, just by a couple of feet.
Okay, I'm about 20 feet from the forest's edge, I think, via math. With 30 feet of movement, can I get within hitting range of either of these guys?
Kadaj went further right. The only one you can get in range with is the one attacking Salazar.
Fantastic. I'm gonna hit him with my hammer bow.
Just bonk him with a stick.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, hang on. Wow. That's a nat 1. So for 6.
Unfortunately, the optical illusion of it all makes you fumble your swing a a little bit.
Throws me off. I'm just like
Trying to guess where the hammer really
There's
is.
the hammer
it
part.
isn't.
It's at the bottom. Like.
Yeah. No wonder the weight was up. Which brings us to Elodius, if that's the end of your turn. No bonus actions.
Yes,
Okay.
no bonus actions.
I'm going to need a saving throw from the one who is currently engaged with Salazar. I step out from the fog and say, oh, that's some fine swordplay you have there. Where did you find your instructor? The morgue?
Love it. I have
You got small feet.
That was the other guy. This one's dead. Sorry, wisdom saving throw, 11.
He takes 1 point of damage from my bladed tongue.
Nice.
I did in fact train in the morgue, you dick. It's the only space open at the time.
But yeah, he has disadvantage on his next attack.
Okay. Let's see if he gets to use it, because last time that happened, the guy died before he attacked again.
His turn is before Salazar's.
That's true. Dane, Kadaj is up next.
Cool.
As I
when
said,
did- Go ahead.
as I said, he's maintaining line of sight with you, only partially covered by the tree as he's trying to like stay engaged with you without kind of putting him in the center of this field where all of these magic users can kind of reach him. So.
Cool. With my movement, am I able to move enough so where I can like get around like the cover that he is? So like still staying like away from him, but just kind of like moving in a direction so that way he's more in view and less obscured.
Yeah, if you essentially flank right, you can completely like see whatever parts of him that are covered.
Yeah, let's do that. And that's gonna be that's an 8. I don't think that hits.
Just while you were trying to maintain your trajectory, you fumbled over a small rock as you were strafing to the right.
Cool.
I just need to point out that currently looking at Roll20, every single roll that is currently still visible has a fucking red outline.
Yeah, we're
around it.
rolling real
rough.
bad.
This is
for a
5
bit.
ones in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a couple of low-level guys. It's been like 6 turns.
It's also showing a turn order of 3 goblins fighting Buddy the Elf.
Yeah, I don't think that's from this game.
Might be.
So next we have that's the end of your turn, correct, Kadaj?
Yep.
All right, which brings us to the one attacking Salazar. Wait, did you roll? Never mind. We're good. We're good. So first one, 18. I know that hits Salazar.
But he has disadvantage.
Oh, that's right. You are right. Ooh, 11. Okay, you're good. He fumbles it. He's still stinging from that more comment.
He's seriously doubting his swordplay now. Like,
Just second guessing so many things.
I should
And
have found a teacher who was alive.
Kadaj, the after your last attack, the person that you were engaged with basically just realizes that he can't get out to you, and he just starts to sprint back into the forest. So, with the only remaining person being engaged with Salazar, the other person is currently running away. Salazar, it is your turn.
I hit him with the pommel of my sword to knock him out.
Okay, roll.
Mother! Do I have advantage?
I don't think you do currently. He's not fairy fired or anything.
Okay, I miss.
All right, buddy. Thanks for playing. I love you.
I say, don't kill this one.
Well, okay.
Okay.
Okay. So that being said, it is now Rabute's turn.
Yes. I kill him.
Okay. What do you do?
I'm gonna go up to him and hit him with the long sword and with the not sharp end. I'm gonna do a little Mordhau thing and hold the blade to my hand, and I'm gonna use the pommel to hit him. Like, but no one what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's a Mordhau. Yeah, you hold
Yeah.
it by the blade and you use it to do
Yeah.
stroke the head. I believe it's German for death stroke.
Yes. Oh. Whoops. Anyway, I rolled a hit.
Yeah, it's not less lethal. It's just bludgeoning instead of piercing.
Oh, 22 to hit. Oh, jeez.
That hits.
Oh.
What is that called?
Mordhau. Or Morshak. Morhau or something like that, or Mordhau or Morshak.
Yeah.
Anyway, 10 damage.
10 damage. Okay, and this was for non-lethal damage?
Yes.
What the fuck is going on out there? Sorry. Something's dying in my house. Yeah, so he falls unconscious.
Aha!
Which basically brings us to the end of combat. Presumably, the one with Hunter's Mark ran off.
Which makes things very easy to track.
Yes. You have... Alright, so what do you guys do now?
We kick his ass.
I want to start checking trees where I cast sleep to try and find anyone sleeping in a tree.
Okay,
Are
so...
we actually out of combat?
Yes. What?
Are we not concerned about somebody going back to town to tell them exactly where they found us?
That's up to you guys. What do you guys want to do?
I mean, Zephyrin doesn't look like Zephyrin right now, so...
Yeah, and I don't think
Yeah.
any of us know what the Hunter's Mark.
Well, except
Dodge
Kadosh.
would know
Really?
that.
Yeah.
Basically,
Yeah, it's not
we're
like the
saying-
big red arrow floating
Right,
following them like it is now.
yeah.
We're basically saying it's up to Kadash to say, get him.
So what does Kadash do?
How well trained do these, like the ones that we've been fighting, look? Like, does it look just like
They're about as well trained
peasant,
as
like peasant militia kind of people, or are they like
peasant militia, bandits, people who are familiar with weapons, but not trained in weapons. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I'm not that concerned because I mean they're going to keep looking for us and kind of find, like, we know that they're looking for us to some extent, but given that this whole time Zephyrin didn't look like Zephyrin, I don't think Kadash is super concerned at the time.
Okay, so Elodius, looking around, you notice there is another body on the floor, not armed with a bow, that is passed out, and you can see into the tree that there's somebody stuck on two close by branches that is passed out within the tree as well. So you have one unconscious, I guess one that ran away, one unconscious, two that are under your sleep spell currently, and then three that are dead.
We only have like 30 seconds, right?
We only need one for like the talking, right?
Yes. So basically you cast that at the second. No, it's a third turn of combat.
Yeah, it would have been.
Yeah. So you have about 30 seconds to react before they wake up.
It's like a minute. We've had like what, 4 rounds since then?
Yeah. So 6 seconds each.
I'd
So
have like 40 something seconds left.
Whatever.
Not a
That's
big
not
deal.
very much
Doesn't
time.
matter.
You have a matter less than a minute.
Does anyone react to me saying we only need one, right?
I mean, I definitely hesitate with that because that's
That's ominous, and I love it. So, what do you do after you say that?
Elodius pulls out his razor, and I mean, he's going to deal with them.
Okay,
And,
so
you know, the deal with them way.
so there's 2 on the ground and 1 in the tree. Which do you deal with?
One on the ground. The ones I used my sleep spell on, since the unconscious one will be out for longer.
Okay, so
you commit murder on 3 people in 30 seconds.
No, I'm going to commit murder on 2 people in 30 seconds.
Are you going to be able to climb up the tree, though, and get the other
That's a
one
question.
So
Can I...
I do also need to point out that
yeah, as soon as this is done, we can wrap it up. So Elodius, your actions: you slit the throat of the one on the ground, I suppose.
Yeah.
And
And then
then
I
the
try
other-
and climb a tree.
I think as he slits the throat of the one, I say, yes, that is not an honorable kill. are still just civilians. Finally,
I mean, they were fighting us just like the other ones that you killed.
buddy, this one,
Didn't you stab another one?
not in this.
Zephyrin
I missed a
exploded
bunch.
too,
I did explode too with sound.
and then
Oh, right. I think
killed
Dane
it. No,
finished off the one he said he was going to
I think
kill.
Rabute killed.
I think any kill that Sal has had so far has been
No, there was
No.
when the revolutionaries came and you just like went like bloodlusty and started killing people.
But listen, it's as I said before. You guys are the heroes here. This isn't your doing. I'm simply doing what I think needs to be done, and then we can carry on with your story.
At this point, the one in the tree is starting to wake up.
So make an athletics check to try and climb a tree.
Make an athletics check.
I got an 18.
You somehow hoof the tree. There's one of the branches is low enough, and there's a knot in the tree that you find that you can put your hoof in and kind of leap up to grab one of the branches. This being said, you are now elevated enough to reach the body, but you can't quite pull yourself up due to the nature of how the tree grew.
Okay, well, it's not going to work very well that way then. Can I reach his bow at all?
Yes, it's just like kind of laying on top of his body.
All right, I'm going to grab the bow and drop down and just be like, not very easy to get people out of trees.
All right, so you pull his bow. He's disarmed, but he starts to awake. So currently there is the unconscious body in the tree, slowly coming out of the sleep spell, and the unconscious body on the ground. With that being said, I think now is a good place to leave off, as I'm sure we will want to think about what we're going to do to deal with these people in the future. You got 2 weeks to figure it out. All right, so thanks everybody for playing. Again, thank you to Session Zero, Band of Badgers, and of course to the Initiative Order. Definitely check them out in the description below. Zephyrin, you do cool stuff. Do you want to talk about that for a sec?
I do occasional cool things. I play Dungeons and Dragons over on Stella Luna's Twitch channel on Friday nights. It's a all-girls cast, and we are currently playing stuff that's kind of based around Greek mythology. It's been a lot of fun. And I don't know, like Twitter and Instagram at Dungeon_Dame. That's where you can find me on things.
And Ryan, do you want to say anything about the work you do with Session Zero and your other ventures?
Sure. This week, you're the first to know that I'm gonna. October. But other than that, I part of the Jasper's Game Day. Okay. One more game week, Wednesday night at 7. Before then, there's random. I don't think it's been officially, but it is now.
Exclusive here with Midlevel Crisis. All right, awesome. I know Kyle and I do some work with Cantina 13, which is just kind of like our way of posting the work we do with like miniatures and terrain builds and some homebrew stuff. So you guys check us out there at Cantina XIII. You can just catch Big Daddy Dane and Eddie here every other Sunday. I think Ryan and I are actually going to be streaming next Sunday. I don't know if we agreed to that.
Yeah, I'm down.
Cool. Ryan and I are streaming next Sunday. We're just going to talk about everything that we do on the sides. So,
Somebody here wants to
yeah. Other than that,
Also, I mean, Ryan, when is Session Zero going to start releasing some like knit sweaters, like you know, kind of a look I have going on.
Probably not right before something.
Ooh, but that's kind of your market. No one else is releasing knit sweaters. Corner it, buddy. You're in
You'll
there.
have at least one sale of knit sweaters in the summer.
Kyle, the real market is really just getting bootleg Session Zero clothing. So,
Yo, for real. I gotta send you guys a picture after this.
Sick. I'm stoked. All right. Thank you again, everybody. Catch us here next Sunday, the Sunday after that, maybe the Sunday after that. Who knows? Let's keep playing Hangman's Oracle. Goodbye.
Ah.
Oh God, please end it. End it now.